you, Your Honor. Mr. De Jesus, I have a couple of follow-up questions regarding the authoring of the patient care report.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall who it was that was listed as who wrote the narrative on that report?
Yes, ma'am. It was listed as Cichuniec.
Okay, and also the person who had submitted the report?
Yes, ma'am. Same person.
To the best of your knowledge, did anyone else contribute to this report?
I don't know if he conferred with anyone while writing it. I wasn't there when he was writing it presently.
Okay, did he confer with you?
No, he did not.
And typically, is the report completed by one person without input from others?
Typically, it's completed by one person. Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
I'm going to follow up on some questions from last week. If at any time I lose you, just let me know and I'll rephrase the question, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. De Jesus, you have been with Aurora Fire for how many years now?
A little over 8 years now.
Okay. And actually, could I have that folder? And do you recall specifically how many days you work on average a month?
About 10 days a month, ma'am.
Okay. And Judge, I would ask the court to take judicial notice of the fact that between August 24th, 2019 and today's date, it's been 1,564 days. And that's from timeanddate.com.
Figured out, so 8/24/19 until today.
Yes.
I'll do my calculations.
Great. Great. So, Mr. De Jesus, while the court does that calculation, roughly, if we've got over 1,500 days, any idea how many shifts you would have worked?
You're asking me to do the math on that. That's hard. We'll say my station runs, my engine runs on average about 6,000 calls a year.
Okay.
I'm privy to about a third of those. So that's about 2,000 calls a year that I have the privilege of running.
Okay.
So it's about 8,000 calls in between.
Okay. So as you sit up here and you're asked questions about being able to recall with specificity what happened before each moment, are you trying your best to recall and be precise?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you wear body-worn cameras?
No, ma'am.
Do you have free access to all the body-worn cameras involved in this case?
Not.
Okay. So is it fair to say there has been a lot that has gone on in between the date of this incident and today?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay. So let's talk about what you do recall. On August 24th, 2019, you were working on engine 2, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
And at any point in time when you were out on this call, was anybody from Aurora Fire doing anything but trying to provide medical treatment?
No, ma'am.
At any point in time in your presence, did you see either Fire Medic Cooper or Lieutenant Cichuniec do anything other than attempt to provide medical treatment to Elijah McClain?
No, ma'am.
When you were on scene, there were several questions asked about what's going on here or what's going on there. And you said, it's not like that. So I'm not a firefighter. I'm not a paramedic. I'm going to ask you to try to help us understand what it is like. When you're on a scene in 2019 and law enforcement has somebody on the ground who appears to you to be actively still resisting, at that time, what was fire going to do?
There was not a lot that we could do physically to the patient with PD still in control of this patient.
Okay. And at that time in 2019, you said it made sense that Fire Medic Cooper didn't attempt to talk to the patient. Why?
It appeared anytime he stepped in to try to talk to the patient, the situation, I guess, would escalate. And that would be worse for the patient in regards to that.
At that time in 2019, when law enforcement, in fact, picks up and slams down the patient, as the firefighters, what could you do?
There's nothing we can do to stop that there.
Did you carry a gun?
No, ma'am.
Do you wear body armor?
I do not.
Do you have a handcuff key?
No, ma'am.
Did you even have authority to kick them off the patient?
No, ma'am.
At that time in 2019, you talked about the fact that when the patient gets moved to the pram, is the pram, by the way, pram, same as gurney,
Yes, ma'am.
same as bed?
Yes, ma'am.
So those three terms are all interchangeable?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Once the patient, and we're making some assumptions here, did you know Mr. McClain?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So you would refer to him as a patient because you didn't know who he was?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So once the patient got moved to the pram, is it fair to say now that transition from law enforcement to fire is actively going on? We're watching that on the video.
That's correct.
You are actively trying to get soft restraints on the patient. Is that true?
That's true.
And once the patient is on the pram and has the soft restraints, is it fair to say now you, fire, has control of this patient?
That's correct.
Okay. And once that occurred, what was the goal?
The goal is to evaluate the patient from there and treat any underlying causes.
Okay. And when you hear on the video somebody calling out, let's get suction going and have an end title ready, why would they be doing that? Why would a paramedic be doing that?
It's part of our post-sedation protocol
Okay.
To maintain the airway and revive the patient.
And if Paramedic Cooper is saying it to Paramedic Walker, why is that going on?
He's in charge of the scene medically, and he's allowing everyone else to know what's going on and giving orders, delegating.
Okay. And is suction and end title and things of that right there in the ambulance that Falk just arrived in?
Yes, ma'am.
So would it make sense to be directing, have that ready, be ready to go in that ambulance that's right there?
Yes, that's correct.
And we all saw on the video as you kind of pan, the ambulance looks like it's roughly about 15 yards. Is that fair to say?
That'd be a fair estimation, yeah.
Okay. Well lit,
Yes, ma'am.
mobile,
Yes, ma'am.
fully equipped.
It is.
And the goal is get the patient to the ambulance and to the hospital? Okay. Is that what you tried to do?
Yes, it is.
And as you got to the ambulance, at some point, did you realize, or did somebody on fire realize that Mr. McClain's status had changed?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain to the jury how that transition from the time you're on the pram and moving to the time you're in the ambulance, what occurs?
I do remember being inside the ambulance, going around to the side door as the patient gets delivered through the back doors. I went around to the side door and was sitting on the patient's left. Cichuniec was to my right at the head of the patient, monitoring the airway. He asked me to verify a pulse because he noticed that the chest rise and fall wasn't happening anymore, that he was noticing beforehand. At that point, I verified a pulse, and I did not have pulses. We had double verification, and we started CPR.
Okay. So prior to that, as you're walking over, chest rise and fall was still being visually observed.
Yes, ma'am.
People had eyes on the patient.
That's correct.
You were moving over to the ambulance.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, most of us don't understand the layout of an ambulance. How many entrance points to the back of an ambulance? We see the big doors.
Yes, ma'am. There's two big doors in the back, and there's a side door.
Okay. The side door, is that behind the driver's door or is it behind the passenger's door of an ambulance?
Behind the passenger's door.
Okay. So you would go kind of around the right and then in that side door.
That's correct.
Okay. And you said the lieutenant was to your side. Is there a name for where he's sitting?
It's called the captain's seat, I think it's referred to. That's at the head of the bed, the head of the patient. You can see from the head down to the feet.
Okay. So if I'm driving the ambulance, I'm in the driver's seat, passenger seat, captain's chair is in the back of the ambulance, kind of directly behind me,
Yes, ma'am.
facing out the back doors.
That's correct.
Patient gets loaded in through the back doors.
That's correct.
They get loaded in head first.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So their head's coming right up to where the captain's chair is.
That's correct.
You check for the pulse. You don't have it. What happens next?
Once we verify that there's no pulses, I get on compressions, which is pumping the chest, making sure the heart has circulation.
Mhm.
And that's my role, that and to watch the monitor and for times, things like.
Okay. So immediately start compressions.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall who else is in the ambulance?
I know Ms. Cichuniec's in the ambulance at that time, the Falk paramedic and Cooper.
Okay.
Cool.
There's 4 of you at least.
At least, yes.
And you don't recall whether EMT Gonzalez was in the ambulance?
I don't recall seeing her, no.
Okay.
Sorry.
And you don't recall whether firefighter Bradley was in the ambulance yet?
I know at some point he was. I'm not sure at that time.
Okay. So there's at least 4 of you plus the patient in the ambulance.
That's correct.
Do you recall what everybody else is doing?
I know Mr. Cichuniec was at the head, and he started bagging the patient using high flow oxygen and bag valve masks, which creates a seal on the face.
Okay.
And he was controlling the airway, and I was on compression, looking at the monitor. I don't know what was happening to the left of me.
Okay. Do you remember who had used suction, if it had happened before or after, when that occurred?
I don't recall seeing that, no.
Okay. Do you recall when or who did the IOS?
No, I don't.
Fair to say you were focused on CPR.
Yes, ma'am. And I do have to look at the monitor, and it's my job to yell out certain times.
Okay.
So I'm pretty focused on that.
How long did you do CPR?
2 minutes, ma'am.
And can you explain to the jury, how does that work? What are those rotations? Because I'm going to show my age here. When I was doing it, we were supposed to be breathing and pumping. That's changed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, explain that to the jury.
The science behind medication and CPR has changed a lot. The science behind CPR and medicine has changed a lot. Now we have a person on airway and a person on chest, at least 2 people on airway and 1 person on the chest. We do 2-minute cycles because it's found that after 2 minutes, you can become fatigued and your CPR compressions become less efficient. So in order to stay efficient, you change compressors every 2 minutes.
In between the 2 minutes, is there also a time, and that's where people recheck?
Yes, you do what's called a rhythm check,
Okay.
and you look at the monitor and you can check what the electrical activity of the heart is doing.
Okay, so you do 2 minutes and then you rotate out. Do you remember who you handed off to?
I'm sorry, I don't.
That's okay. Do you remember how many cycles of CPR were done on scene?
I believe I was present for 4 rounds of CPR.
Okay. And that's important because at some point, do you leave the ambulance?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, explain that to the jury.
So my job that night, as previously stated, was the engineer of the rig. So someone needs to get the rig back to the hospital. So everyone else would stay on scene in the ambulance while the transport is happening. I would gather the kits and I would gather anything left on scene by us, get back in our fire engine and drive that to the hospital and meet the staff there.
So while you were in the ambulance, you observed, you think, 4 rounds, and then you exit the ambulance to go to get the rest of fire stuff and meet them at the hospital.
That's correct.
Okay. As you left the ambulance, had your team been able to get Mr. McClain back?
I don't remember when Ross was got. Yeah, poor terminology there. I don't remember when it was achieved.
So Ross's return of spontaneous circulation, is that fair to say?
That's correct.
ROSC.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And after you went back to the fire engine, did you then attempt to try to get it out and to the hospital?
Are you asking if I got the gurney out of the?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, did you get the rig, your engine?
Sorry, yes, I drove the engine off the scene into the hospital.
Was it still pretty congested on the street?
Yes, it took me quite a bit of time to turn the rig around.
Okay. And to go over to the ambulance, I'm sorry, over to the hospital, and then did you rejoin your team at the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
And at the hospital, does your team continue to observe Mr. McClain as you are able?
I don't remember how long we were in the room. When I joined the hospital, they had done their handoff, and the doctors were in care of the patient at that point.
And at that point, AFR's job is you're kind of doing your reports and gathering your equipment back and seeing if you're still needed. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At some point, did you have to leave?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that hard as a firefighter when you have a patient in this situation? Is it hard to just leave and walk away?
It is, especially knowing that you have to be 100% for the next call, 100% present for the next call, and still remember that call, do the report, and that kind of lingers with you.
Yeah. Is it fair to say this was a traumatic call for the team?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
I previously stated every life is precious. Anytime someone dies in your presence, especially, it's not an easy thing to overcome.
Had you been present as a member of Aurora Fire other times when ketamine was administered?
Yes, I believe it was.
Your Honor, 403 and relevance.
No response.
Judge, it's relevant to his personal observations. I'm not going to go into specifics of the priors, but to explain why he responded and acted the way he did on this night.
And Your Honor, this is also beyond the scope of direct.
This is cross-examination. The court will this question for questions.
And Mr. De Jesus, had you been present at other times when Aurora Fire had administered ketamine?
I had, yes.
And was how Mr. McClain's treatment unfolded that night, his situation as he codes in the ambulance, was that different?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Let me ask this way. When you saw the ketamine being administered, were you in any way, shape, or form concerned about a cardiac arrest?
Objection, Your Honor. 403 and expert testimony.
Just based on his training and his experience and his observations this night, it doesn't call for an expert opinion. It's 701.
I'll allow the witness to answer that question.
No, ma'am, I did not expect a cardiac arrest.
When your team was taking over Mr. McClain from the police, was there anything you personally could have done to expedite getting those handcuffs off of him?
No, ma'am.
Did you feel as a firefighter that you were doing everything you could in that moment to help Mr. McClain?
I do feel that, yes.
Did you feel your team was doing what they could to help Mr. McClain?
I do, yes.
You are now a paramedic, correct?
That's correct.
On August 24th, 2019, you were not a paramedic, fair to say?
That's correct.
We all saw on the body cameras as Sergeant Leonard came up to you as the first member of fire and talked to you. Do you remember that?
I remember seeing the video, yes.
Right. You didn't have independent recollection of that back then, did you?
No, I didn't.
The first time you talked to the police was September 23rd, 2019. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So that's 31 days after this situation, right?
I believe so.
And the next time that you provided information was on February 13th, 2021. Does that sound right?
Yes, ma'am.
Which would have been 545 days after this situation. Is that fair to say?
I'll trust your math on that one, yes.
Okay. So in between then, had you been able to observe any body-worn cameras?
No.
Did you try to provide the information you could to the best of your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
Once you were shown in February of 21, the body-worn camera of Sergeant Leonard talking to you, did that surprise you?
It did, yes.
Did you have any memory of him telling you that they had used the carotid hold on Mr. McClain?
No, not at that time.
Did you have any memory that he had said that Mr. McClain had been vomiting?
No.
Did you tell anybody on your team that he had told you those things?
No, I don't believe it did.
Now, as a paramedic, do you think that that might have been important to have handed on?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Sorry.
Relevance, Your Honor. And speculation.
I'll sustain that objection.
Mr. De Jesus, do you wish you would have passed that on?
Yes.
It seems sort of obvious to those of you on the scene, but the rest of us weren't there. So as we're looking at the body cameras and we kind of see Mr. McClain on his left side, is that a gradual slope he's laying on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when we saw the gurney come in at the top, is that because that's where it starts to flatten out? It's more level?
Yes.
Okay. So where he's laying and kind of where people are, it's a gradual slope that's hard to see on the videos. Would you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You had said you saw Cooper lean in and you heard people saying, be sure he can breathe. And you had said, just knowing Cooper, he seemed anxious. Can you explain that to the jury?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Judge, this is his personal observations.
It's rationally based upon the perceptions of.
Go ahead.
I've had the privilege of working with Cooper for a year or so at that point. Very good medic and calm medic. So to
Objection,
see
Your
him-
Honor, improper character evidence.
Sustain or order that the jury strike that last statement.
Can you explain what you meant by he seemed anxious?
just knowing his character, to be anxious seemed like he wanted to get something done. It was out of character to be anxious and not be able to do anything about it.
When you watch the videos and you see Fire Medic Cooper looking back and forth up and down the street, why would somebody be doing that? Why would fire be doing that?
We're waiting
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
If you know,
Sustain.
okay, why were you looking up and down the street?
seeing if the ambulance had gotten here yet.
So you guys all have radios, fair to say?
That's correct.
You're listening for your ambulance.
That's correct.
Did you hear them radioing at times with where they were coming from or information about trying to get there?
Yes, ma'am.
You're trying to find out if they're there yet.
Yes, ma'am.
On the video, at some point, you see red lights coming from the right if you're looking out at the street. Is that the north end?
That's correct.
Okay. So the ambulance came in the opposite direction from where you drove the fire rig up. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. Because that's the end that wasn't as congested. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
Do you remember hearing if the ambulance had sirens going?
I actually don't remember that. No.
Okay. You had said at some point it made sense to you that the fire medic keeps their hands free. And can you explain why that is?
Yes, ma'am. So you can often get tunnel vision based on certain things. If you have your hands on things, it's hard to get the whole scene in. You know, if you're focused on injuries in one end, you might miss the airway. So having your hands free and evaluating the whole patient is a much better approach, we've learned.
When the ambulance gets there and people have referred to this as fire is just standing around. Is that what you all were doing?
No, ma'am.
What were you doing?
PD had control of this patient at the time. We were waiting for the ambulance so that our plan could come to fruition and we could take control of this patient and better evaluate and assess him.
And so you needed the ambulance to be there, correct?
Yes,
You needed the gurney to be there, correct?
that's correct.
You needed soft restraints to be there, correct?
That's correct.
Based on the plan that you heard articulated between the paramedics, you needed the ketamine to be there, correct?
That's correct.
You needed to inject the ketamine, correct?
That's correct.
And only then could you go to move the patient, correct?
That's correct.
When you were on scene, did it appear to you, based on the information you had, that Mr. McClain seemed to be actively resisting?
Yes, ma'am.
Did it seem to you, based on the information you had at that time, that Mr. McClain seemed to be stronger than typical?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember you, based on your perceptions on the scene that night, estimated him to be around 6 feet tall?
I did, yes.
And you believed him to be of average build,
Yes, ma'am.
bigger than you?
Yes, ma'am.
And you believed he was moving pretty freely, even with 2 or 3 officers actively attempting to restrain him at that time,
That's correct.
even though he was in handcuffs?
That is correct.
And when you made comments in interviews about he seemed to be trying to get up and get away, were you meaning because he kept continuing to move?
Yes, resisting the position he was in.
You're not telling this jury you saw him stand up and run away.
That's correct.
It's what you're observing about his legs and how he's moving his body. Is that fair to say?
That's fair, yes.
And what's factoring in is what law enforcement is saying in response to those movements.
That's correct.
Stop moving, knock it off. We told you to stop, things of that nature, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you observe not one, but two sergeants, law enforcement sergeants on scene also participating?
I did, yes.
Did you observe those sergeants actually even step forward and put their feet on as if stepping on Mr. McClain to keep his legs steady?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember saying, I never saw Mr. McClain kick law enforcement, but I saw him kicking out?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you mean his legs are moving around?
That's correct.
To you, based on the information you knew at that time, did it appear that Mr. McClain was trying to get away from law enforcement?
That is correct.
Did it appear to you that Mr. McClain had no compliance with pain control?
It did.
Did it appear to you like Mr. McClain had excessive or superhuman strength?
It did.
At that time in 2019, do you recall whether or not there was an opportunity for fire to have just rejected a protocol once you've selected it? What protocol you're operating under? Do you know?
Are you asking if we could just stop going down a protocol?
Did you just go, I'm not going to follow a protocol, I'm going to do what I want?
No.
Expert testimony, and at the time, Mr. De Jesus was an EMT basic.
Judge, the protocols apply to fire and EMTs.
Hold on. First of all, with respect to expert testimony, the court would find that it would be based upon his understanding and interpretation of the protocols. So the court will allow the witness to answer if he can.
Go ahead, you can answer.
No, we cannot just abandon the protocol.
Okay. If I could have just a moment. Mr. De Jesus, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
On behalf of Mr. Cichuniec.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. De Jesus.
Good morning, sir.
Just some follow-up questions on both, primarily questions that were asked of you by the prosecution in this case, but also a little bit about what my colleague, Ms. Bagan, had asked you. I recall you testifying both on Friday and then earlier today that Mr. Cooper had medical control of the scene. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Okay, and that's by virtue of him being the paramedic on scene and running the medical side of the call?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so just so the jury understands, Lieutenant Cichuniec was also a paramedic in 2019. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so when you say paramedic Cooper had medical control over the scene, would that include even over Lieutenant Cichuniec, who technically outranked him within the fire service?
Lieutenant Cichuniec would have control over the whole scene regardless, but paramedic Cooper at that time runs the calls and is given the luxury of running those calls as the paramedic and making the medical decisions, whatnot.
Okay, and so it sounds to me what you're describing is they're working as a team, but they have different roles.
That's correct.
On scene. And so Lieutenant Cichuniec would be responsible for the entire scene, including scene security and safety?
That's correct.
From the fire side, correct?
Yes.
Police would also have responsibilities for scene control and safety from the police side. Is that fair?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. I think you testified on Friday. You were the acting engineer, correct?
Yes, sir.
Which means you were driving the engine.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think you testified on Friday that upon initial dispatch, the information you all had was that this was a medical assist for police. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And there really wasn't any other information about the nature of the call. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. Do you ever recall, I know it's been some time, but you've also had a lot of time to review some things and think about this case and this incident. Do you ever recall getting any other medical information en route to that scene about the nature of what you guys were walking into?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. I think you said that you responded lights and sirens. Is that right?
That's right.
So sometimes we may read in a report that somebody is responding emergent. Is that what emergent means?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were asked some questions about your arrival time, and I think there was an exhibit that was put up, Exhibit 281. Do you recall at that time in 2019, did the fire engines have GPS on them?
I'm not sure if they did.
Okay. Do you know whether or not that arrival time that's marked, is that something that you guys input, or is that auto inputted by the CAD system?
I believe that's auto inputted.
Okay. And do you know when that's inputted? Is it when you stop the rig? Is it when you get in the general vicinity of the area? Do you know?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you recall, I think you testified that the Billing Street there was fairly congested with police cars. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall in relation to where the police officers were actively restraining Mr. McClain, do you recall where in relation to that scene you had to park the fire engine?
Probably about a block south of that.
Okay. And so then you all had to walk in?
That's correct.
So the arrival time on Exhibit 281 probably more accurately represents the arrival time of the engine, not your crew's arrival time to Mr. McClain's side.
That's correct. It's when the rig got on scene.
Okay. I think you testified both Friday and today that at the date of this scene, you were a EMT basic firefighter. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I think you testified on Friday that as an EMT, you were asked about the role of EMT as opposed to a paramedic. And I believe you testified that EMTs can do things like take vital signs and assist the paramedics in their medical treatment of a patient. Is that a fair summation?
That's correct. Yeah.
You can probably do a lot more than that, but you can do those things.
Yeah.
Okay. But when you arrived on this scene, you didn't take vital signs, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Was that because you just chose not to?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you have, and I think you testified this morning and on Friday about your observations of what the police were doing to actively restrain Mr. McClain. Did you really have an opportunity to go in and take vital signs of Mr. McClain?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think you testified on Friday that you didn't have that opportunity. Can you explain to the jury why?
Yes, taking vital signs would involve having typically an arm-free. They're all wired devices that link wires from the patient to our monitor with the movements of the patient being in handcuffs and not under our control, being under PD's control. It was not ideal to take vital signs at that time.
Now, you were asked some questions on Friday. You were shown a lot of segments of body-worn camera video, so I'm going to try and narrow it down for you. There was one video where the prosecution stopped the video, and it appeared that the officer had some kind of wrist hold on Mr. McClain and was bending his wrist, and his fingers, Mr. McClain's fingers were extended similar to the way that I'm demonstrating here, which is my left hand bending my right hand back with my fingers kind of exposed and separated. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And you were asked at that point in time whether or not that provided you an opportunity to put what's called a pulse oximeter on his hand. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's break that down a little bit. First, explain to this jury what a pulse oximeter is.
It reads the oxygen saturation in your blood levels and gives us a reading of how much oxygen you're getting in your body.
Okay, that pulse oximeter in 2019 that you all had, does it have wires on it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there a concern? Well, let me back up. Do you recall in the body-worn camera video that the prosecution showed you on Friday, do you recall seeing paramedic Bradley kind of moving wired headphones and some other things away from Mr. McClain?
I do recall seeing that.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there a concern from your perspective about introducing wires to that type of scene?
That's correct.
What are those concerns?
With the movement of the patient being unpredictable, we can't see what's going to happen. It's easy for those wires to get tangled around, cut off circulation to different parts of the body.
So at that point in time, from your perspective, is it safe to introduce wires to that scene?
It is not.
Okay. Aside from the fact that the pulse oximeter has wires on it, if someone is in handcuffs and they're clenching their fists, does that frustrate the pulse oximeter's ability to take an accurate reading?
Yes.
How?
Especially with the manipulation of the hand anyway like that. We look at things like circulation being cut off. That's something that could greatly affect our reading of the pulse oximeter and give us false readings, as well as keeping the hand in that position would be a position of pain for the patient. And if we were to put something on that, that would insinuate keeping the patient in a painful position for our benefit.
So I, like many people, have kids, and I recall taking my son or daughter to the doctor, and they would put the pulse oximeter on their finger and they would tape it on there. Is that why, or is what you're describing, can those fall off, I guess is what I'm saying, the pulse oximeters with movement?
An adult pulse oximeter doesn't have tape. It's just clamped on the finger very loosely and can fall off with any movement. That's why with kids, they do the tape because they move around a lot more and can't follow directions as well.
Okay. And I think you had testified your observations of Mr. McClain, regardless of the reason, he was still moving around at that time. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were shown some body-worn camera footage and you were asked some questions about lighting of the scene on Friday. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think you had identified Lieutenant, easy enough for me to say, Lieutenant Cichuniec as the firefighter who had the handheld flashlight. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you had a flashlight attached to your uniform of either your straps holding up your firefighter pants or somewhere on your chest. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so between the two of you, you were doing the best to illuminate the scene that you could.
That's correct.
Okay. At one point, one or both of you shone the light on Mr. McClain, and do you recall hearing the statement from one of the officers that was restraining him? We're trying to keep him on his side, but he keeps fighting us. Do you recall hearing that?
Yes.
Was that consistent with what you were observing?
Yes.
Okay. I want to then draw your attention to another portion of the video that you were shown. And and asked questions about, I believe this was Exhibit 105. There was, I believe it was Sergeant Leonard, but don't quote me on that. But someone calls from off camera and makes the statement, make sure he can breathe. Do you recall hearing that?
Yes, sir.
And I believe it was Officer Rodema that responded, he can breathe. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then there were, I think the same person that said, make sure he can breathe, then says something on the camera or the audio, you can hear it. Don't do that. Don't move your feet. Don't do that. Do you remember hearing words to that effect?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At that time, were you observing the patient, Mr. McClain?
I was.
Okay. If you had had concerns at that point about his ability to breathe, would you have said something?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall on the audio of that video hearing you raise any concerns about Mr. McClain's ability to breathe?
No, sir.
Were you, in fact, observing Mr. McClain and assessing whether or not he could breathe?
I was, sir.
And were you seeing evidence to you that suggested he could?
That he couldn't?
That
No,
he
sir.
could breathe?
That he could breathe? Yes, sir.
Okay. Cole, can we pull up People's Exhibit, or it's an entered exhibit, so we'll just call it Exhibit 105. And can you go to 230157? Correct. So back it up, please, to 230157 and just keep it still there. A little further. Let's try 55. Sorry, I must have wrote down the wrong time. Slightly. A little further back. Sorry. Bring it to 52. Right there is fine. Can you publish that, please? There we go. Mr. DeJesus, this is, you see up in the left-hand corner, the red labeling on this video. And we've got 2019 8/24 and the time 23:01:51 on Exhibit 105. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you see the hand with the glove and the watch?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that Paramedic Cooper's hand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you see that his hand is, and this is before the injection of ketamine, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where is his hand placed?
Looks like it's holding up the shirt above the shoulder.
Okay. Does it look like it's on Mr. McClain's neck?
No, sir.
Okay. Can you tell whether or not Paramedic Cooper at that point is checking Mr. McClain's pulse?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
I asked whether he could, so I don't think it does.
All right, based upon the phraseology phraseology, rather, of the question, the court will allow the witness to answer if he can.
I can't tell if he is or is not.
Okay. Would it be commonplace for EMS to check the pulse before administering the medication?
Yes, sir.
All right, we can take that down. After the injection of ketamine, do you recall observing on the video on Friday, paramedic Cooper turning then to Officer Rudima, who is still physically restraining the patient, Mr. McClain, and saying, if you guys are okay with it, once that takes effect, we're going to remove his handcuffs and move him to the gurney, or words to that effect?
I do.
Okay. You would agree with me that paramedic Cooper appears to be asking permission from the officer that if you're okay with that, that's what we would like to do.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, calls for speculation.
I don't believe it calls for speculation. I'm asking about what his interpretation of those words are.
Well, I'll allow you to rephrase the question based on his perception.
Paramedic Cooper asked the officer, if you're okay with it, this is what I would like to. Is that correct?
That's correct.
He didn't tell the officer, this is what we're going to do.
That's correct.
And then the officer, in response, do you recall him saying and calling out to his colleagues, hey, Rosie, hey, Woodyard, this is what we're going to do?
That's correct.
So he was giving direction to fellow officers about what they were going to do next.
He was.
You were asked some questions both Friday and really briefly today about the patient care report. Do you recall that?
I do.
Now, that narrative section in the PCR report, and when I say PCR report, that's the patient care report, correct?
That's correct.
That narrative section of the PCR report, before the medic or the officer or whoever fills that or completes that report, are you able to put notes in there as described?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it fairly common that the officer or the paramedic who would fill out that PCR report could see your notes and either incorporate them or type over them in that narrative section?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so is that one way that you would be documenting the incident in real time, would be to put some notes in that narrative section?
Yes, sir.
Would that also be one way where you could coordinate or collaborate with whoever's writing that report, putting notes in that narrative section?
I'm sorry, I asked that.
When you were asked questions, if you were consulted with by Lieutenant Cichuniec before he submitted that report, do you
Gotcha.
recall those questions?
I do.
Would you agree with me that one way you could consult with whoever's writing this report would be to put your own notes in that narrative section for them to see before they?
Yes, that's correct.
You may have a minute, Your Honor.
You may.
I do have one other. Must have. So flown right over it in my flipping my notes. Please bear with me just a second, Mr. DeJesus.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to pull up another clip. Well, while I'm looking for that, I actually thought of another question. So you had identified the EMS personnel on scene on Friday. Do you recall that?
I do.
And so we've been talking a lot about yourself, Paramedic Cooper, Lieutenant Cichuniec, and firefighter Bradley. Do you know in 2019, was firefighter Bradley, was he a paramedic or was he an EMT basic like yourself?
He was an EMT basic.
Okay. Cole, if we could pull up just to the witness for now, Exhibit 105. Let's start at 22. Let's start at 22:57:24. Okay. Can you publish that, please? Yes. Okay. So, Mr. DeJesus, again, we have Exhibit 105. This time, the red lettering up in the left-hand corner says 2019, 8/24, so August 24th, 2019. And then we're at timestamp 22:57:24. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. So we see paramedic Cooper to the left, correct?
That's correct.
And then we see EMT basic Bradley with the hat right in front of us, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then do you see the firefighter out in the intersection kind of behind and away from the scene?
I do.
Do you agree with me that that appears to be Lieutenant Cichuniec?
It is, sir.
Okay, so at this point in time, Lieutenant Cichuniec is not next to the patient, is not involved in whatever's going on right there at that part of the scene, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And was it your recollection that at times throughout this scene that Lieutenant Cichuniec was in and out of that scene doing various responsibilities as the company officer?
That's correct.
Okay, so there were times when he was there and then times where he would have been someplace else doing something else.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so fair to say Lieutenant Cichuniec isn't in this immediate vicinity the entire time.
Correct.
And right at this moment, it appears that paramedic Cooper is focused on the patient, Mr. McClain, who is probably off screen just to the lower left of this scene. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall on, well, actually, I'll strike that. Paramedic DeJesus, thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. No further questions. Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
Mr. DeJesus, at the very beginning of cross-examination, you were asked, how many days has it been since this incident? And, perhaps your memory, it's more difficult to recollect because it's been such a long time. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you also remember meeting with Aurora Police Department in September of 2019?
I did, yes.
And that was about 31 days after your encounter with Mr. McClain?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember being asked by Mr. Ingwe about whether or not you had received any sort of a debrief when you arrived on scene?
I've read the report. I don't remember, but I know from the report that was asked, yes.
Okay. And do you remember what you told him?
Your
Like I
Honor, I'm
said-
going to object. This is beyond the scope of cross-examination. There was no questions about any debrief.
Response.
Your Honor, this is not with regards to a debrief, and I think it is within the scope as he was asked about his memory. And his responses to Aurora Police Department immediately following the incident is relevant.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Next question.
Mr. De Jesus, you were asked if it is commonplace to check a pulse before giving ketamine.
Yes, ma'am.
And is that also commonplace before giving any medication?
Could be, yes, ma'am.
And why is that?
Any chance you have to evaluate the patient at that point, you could.
You said you were not allowed to do anything physically to the patient. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
But AFR was called to the scene to provide patient care. Isn't that correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
And never once were you told not to touch Elijah McClain. Is that correct?
We're not told that, no.
Did defendant Cichuniec ever ask to be able to touch Elijah McClain?
He did not ask me that, no, ma'am.
Not you. Did he ask law enforcement on scene if he could please touch Elijah McClain?
Not that I heard, no.
Did he ask permission to be allowed to treat him?
Again, not that I heard, no.
Did defendant Cooper ask or communicate, could I please get in there to treat my patient?
Not that I heard, no.
Did he ever try?
It appeared from our previous testimony, like we talked about, that I saw him step into the scene a few times.
That little one step forward and one step back, that was him attempting to treat Elijah McClain?
I think there was a couple instances we saw in the video, but yes, ma'am.
You testified that you felt that you did all you could for Elijah McClain on that night. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that include when you picked him up by the shirt when lifting him onto the gurney?
I assisted in getting him off the ground, yes, ma'am.
By grabbing his shirt
Yes, ma'am.
and not supporting his head?
I was not at the head, ma'am.
You were not at, it's your testimony today under oath that you were not near the head of Elijah McClain when he was lifted onto the gurney?
Yeah, so I was at his waist, I believe. That's why I grabbed his shirt or pants there.
When you were given the information upon arriving at scene by Officer or Sergeant Leonard, do you remember that portion of the video when you're first walking up?
I do.
Why do you wish you would pass that information along?
As a paramedic now, I am running medical scenes as I never really ran a medical scene at that time. I think it's pertinent to get all information that you can. If I had information, that's pertinent.
This wasn't your first call, was it?
Not my first call, no.
And in fact, you had been EMT basic for about 3 years at that time?
That's correct.
Okay. So you had a pretty good understanding of what important information might be to pass along to the rest of your crew, correct?
Within my scope, yes.
And if something's not in your scope, would that be important to pass along?
Yes.
So are you saying that passing along that someone had been vomiting would be outside your scope?
No, ma'am.
Are you saying that not passing along that someone had been put in a carotid twice would be beyond your scope?
No, I'm not saying that.
And yet you didn't pass that information along.
I did not.
You were asked some questions about whether or not you can abandon a protocol once you're in a protocol. Do you remember that?
Yes.
What if you're in the wrong protocol?
Give me an example of what you mean there.
Well, let's say you've done an assessment, you've chosen a protocol, and you realize that, oh, this patient isn't having a drug overdose, they're having an issue because they're diabetic. Are you stuck in the drug overdose protocol?
No, ma'am.
And why not?
Well, I think your verbiage of abandon is what got me there. Abandoning is a big thing for abandoning care. You can change protocols, and in fact, protocols overlap. You can go to different protocols, but to abandon is a big thing in the medical field. You cannot do.
Okay, I wasn't talking about abandoning the patient, but
Understood.
abandoning the protocol.
Again, you could change protocol. I don't think abandon is the word for it, is what I'm saying.
So if you're already in a protocol, you don't need to keep giving him that treatment or that patient the treatment that's in that protocol. You can change protocols.
If something contraindicates that, correct.
And is it your testimony today that the medical treatment to be provided to Elijah McClain was to just leave him there on the ground?
That was not the medical treatment. That was our attempt at getting into the patient and not hurting the patient further while he was in police custody.
So not checking his airway is providing him better treatment?
Again, I believe I testified that we did check his airway.
Did you ever open his mouth?
I didn't physically open his mouth, no.
Did anybody physically open his mouth?
Not that I saw, no.
So everyone just used their eyes to check airway?
Agreed.
Response.
I'll rephrase my questions as we
They
go.
were leading, so rephrase.
Thank you. You were asked some questions about that you couldn't do anything to stop that body slam. Do you remember those questions?
I do.
And you were asked whether or not you had a gun on you.
I remember, yes.
Would you ever use a gun on law enforcement to get them to stop doing what they're doing?
No, ma'am, we don't have access to guns.
Even if you did have access to guns, would you use a gun to stop law enforcement from doing what they're doing to your patient?
No, ma'am.
What could you use?
I don't have tools to stop law enforcement, ma'am.
What about your words?
I could use words.
Did anybody use words to try to communicate to law enforcement that what was happening to your patient was wrong?
Heard Jeremy Cooper tried to say, instead of slamming again, he said, let's just leave him there. And that's what I took as that.
That's what you took as that, correct?
Yes.
Did he say, don't slam him on the ground?
He didn't.
He just said, we'll just leave him there. Is that correct?
Sustain.
You were asked some questions about the post-sedation protocol. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And that oxygen is part of the post-sedation protocol?
Yes, ma'am.
One of the kits that you took out of the fire truck, did that contain oxygen?
Yes, ma'am. It's our blue.
There was no questions about.
Response.
There were specific questions about this. He was asked about the post-sedation protocol and that it involved oxygen and the oxygen was in the ambulance. I'm following up on questions about what other options for oxygen were available to him.
Your Honor, I'm going to join the objection. The question was about the kits. There was no discussion on cross-examination about the kits, the contents of the kits, the purpose of the kits. That's all beyond the scope.
All right, there are questions asked on the first cross-examination concerning the post-sedation procedures and went into a little bit of detail about what happened. So the court will a slight bit of leeway with respect to this question.
Thank you, Your Honor. So on cross-examination, you spoke about how there was oxygen available in the ambulance.
That's correct.
Did you have other oxygen available to you on the scene?
That's correct.
Where was that oxygen?
The closest one would be there's oxygen on the pram affixed to it on the back of the bed.
Okay, and where else?
In our oxygen kit. And those would be the oxygen sources we had at the time.
Okay. And those were not located directly by the patient, were they?
The oxygen kit?
Correct.
Yes, ours was not.
So would it have been possible to have oxygen ready to go as soon as Elijah McClain was administered ketamine?
Yes.
And was it?
It was ready to go in the ambulance. It was not ready to go on the pram.
Okay, so approximately 6 minutes later, you had access to the oxygen?
6 minutes after
Objection.
what?
Argumentative, facts not in evidence.
Join.
Response.
Your Honor, on Friday, we did go over the patient care report where we discussed how ketamine was given at one time and 6 minutes later is when the oxygen is logged.
All right, I will find argumentative, so you can rephrase.
Thank you. How soon after Elijah McClain was administered ketamine did he have access to oxygen?
Once he got on the pram in the ambulance, he had access to it.
You were asked some questions about the pulse oximeter. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And the fact that it has wires attached to it.
Yes, ma'am.
Where does the pulse oximeter go on a patient? Where is it placed?
On one of their fingers, typically.
Okay, just kind of on the tip of their finger?
Yes, ma'am. It goes about the first knuckle down.
Okay, so almost like a clothespin, if you were to put one on someone's finger like that.
Yeah, it's less force than that, but same mechanics.
Okay, so very light pressure on the
Yes.
finger. And you testified on Friday and again here today on cross-examination that you didn't feel that that was the right move because of the wires.
I think it said multiple reasons here, but yes, the wires were an issue.
Okay. And that you might not get a full read from a pulse oximeter if it were to come off.
Judge, I'm going to object again to the continued leading.
That was leading. Rephrase.
Was one of the problems that you testified on cross-examination, one of the problems of putting on the pulse ox at that time, was that it might come off and you wouldn't get a good reading?
It coming off and us getting a good reading are two separate things.
Okay, well, let's talk about them both. So if it comes off, why is that a problem?
If it comes off, typically it'd be behind the patient's back as he's in handcuffs now. Now there's a wire going across the scene that's not controlled. That would be one reason it coming off would be a problem there.
So it's your testimony today under oath that just having a wire laying across the patient would be unsafe?
And the complications involved with that, yes.
And then the next part of it, so beyond it just coming off, was not getting a great reading. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And why is that a problem?
Because that can mislead how we understand what's happening with the patient.
Didn't you testify on Friday that all information is good information?
Yes, ma'am.
So why wouldn't you want to get just a little bit of a reading, even if that was all you got?
If it gives us the wrong reading, it's not helpful to us.
Is the wrong reading less helpful than no reading at all?
Can be, yes.
And one of the other things that you talked about was how a lot of those monitors couldn't be used because Elijah McClain was moving around. Do you remember that?
I do.
What about after the ketamine was administered?
Well, what about it? I'm sorry.
Well, he was no longer moving around. So what was stopping you from putting monitors on Elijah McClain?
I believe that was Cooper's attempt to say, let's get him out of handcuffs. Even not moving in handcuffs, your body is manipulated to a certain way to you don't get great circulation, which would affect things like our pulse oximeter and our blood pressure cuff.
As firefighters, are a lot of your scenes kind of dynamic?
Yes, ma'am.
There's a lot going on.
That's correct.
So is it your testimony today that you can't treat a patient unless they're in a perfectly sterile ambulance with all the lighting and all the tools right there?
No, ma'am.
And is it your testimony that emergency medical equipment is incredibly delicate and so delicate you can't use it on a patient who might move?
It's not about the delicacy of our equipment, ma'am.
Well, then why not put it on Elijah McClain?
Again, the complications of having wires going while a patient could be rolling or the patient's not fully under our control, it's under PD's control, brings up complications, as well as the positioning of the patient while PD was still actively on him doesn't allow us for full access of this patient.
Have you ever taken the pulse of someone who's wearing a watch,
Yes, ma'am.
wearing a bracelet?
Yes, ma'am.
But it's your testimony that because of handcuffs, a pulse couldn't be taken?
Handcuffs manipulate your wrist to a point where a watch does not.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
May the witness be excused?
He may.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Do we have a witness available? That's what I was considering, whether to take the break now or about quarter after, but what do you think?
Not being too obvious, Your Honor, I can use it now.
All right. Folks, we'll take a short recess of 15 minutes. Don't form or express any opinions, discuss the case, do no independent research, avoid any press coverage. We'll be back in 15. All right, the jurors have stepped out. Anything before we take our recess? I was thinking of the one of the jurors asked a question of one of my staff, and of course, my staff couldn't respond, but that particular juror was a little confused about the parties and such. So I was considering maybe having everybody reintroduce themselves. All right, all right, maybe we'll do that when we come back. All right, the court will be in recess. 21 CR 2806. The parties and council are present. Next witness for the people. Oh, which by the way, I was going to have the parties introduce themselves once again, just to remind the jurors who's who.
Good morning. I'm Shauna Bagan. This is my colleague, Mike Pello, and we represent fire medic Jeremy Cooper.
Sorry. And good morning again. My name is Mike Lowe. This is my co-counsel, David Goddard, and we represent Peter Cichuniec.
Been a few days, but again, I am Jason Slothauer, and these are two of my co-counsel, Krista Batchelder and Ann Joyce, and we represent the people here.
All right, and I neglected to do this after my own calculations. It's been since August 24th of 2019. It's been 4 years, 3 months, and 11 days. Next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people's next witness is Austin Bradley.
All right, if you'll step around here to my right, your left. Raise your right hand, please. Sir. Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth and nothing but the truth. Yes. Very well. You'll be seated. Thank you. I will ask that you speak loudly or close to the microphone due to the glass panels being there. And if you could tell us your first and last name and please spell your last name.
Austin Bradley, AustinBradley.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Bradley, back on August 24th of 2019, what was your job?
Firefighter with Aurora Fire Rescue.
Were you an EMT basic?
Yes, sir. EMT basic.
Is that a similar job to what you have now?
Yes.
What department are you with now, though?
Franklin Fire Department in Tennessee.
Did you and your engine respond to a call involving a patient named Elijah McClain on the 24th of August?
Yes.
Who was leading your crew?
We had Lieutenant Cichuniec and fire medic Jeremy Cooper.
What's the relationship like between paramedics and EMT basics like you and Mr. DeJesus?
We work together on a daily basis, so I'd say the relationship is pretty strong. So we run multiple calls together that day.
Okay. How about in terms of deciding what gets done? Who makes the decisions and the calls on what to do?
Both the officer and the medic that's in charge.
Is it the kind of thing where typically you sort of wait for direction from the paramedic?
So I'm going to ask you about this individual here. If we just back up 3 seconds.
Yeah,
Right as puke.
it's a little bit.
That's me. Okay. And then just behind you here, can you tell who that is?
I cannot, not right there.
Could we back it up 5 seconds?
Watch your step, dude. You're
Yeah,
right as puke.
it's a little bit.
Can you tell who that is?
Lieutenant Cichuniec.
Can you tell because of those dark glasses?
Yes.
Now, as you walk up towards the patient here, I'm going to ask you some questions about what specifically you could see and where the other people are situated here. So let's resume playing.
Passed out.
Don't do it, dude.
Relax, bro.
Chill out.
Relax.
No, no. When we try to stop and be, dude.
Come on.
Now, on the right here, what are you looking down at?
Mr. McClain.
Is paramedic Cooper also looking down at him?
Yes. Yes.
Now, in this situation here, can you tell the jury a little bit about what the different sources of light were?
Just the ambient light from the scene of the police officers and then the street lights that you can see right there.
Okay. Were you struggling to see?
A little bit, yes.
Are you saying that it is your sworn testimony to the jury today that you are struggling to see at the scene here?
Not struggling, it's just not well lit as it would be during the day.
Okay. So were you struggling to see?
And no, I can see him. Not as clear as I would in the day, though.
And if you need to see something clearer, do you and all the other firefighters have flashlights that you can shine?
Yes.
Do you know about how many officers were in this immediate area here?
I do not.
At this point in time, as you're looking down at Mr. McClain, is he handcuffed?
Yes.
And are his legs being restrained by another officer?
I can't tell in this picture, but I believe so, yes.
Okay. And just so we're clear, Mr. Bradley, I'm showing you this to help refresh your memory and to orient the jury. But we also really want to know what you remember from the scene and what this might refresh your memory to. So to the best of your memory, even though he's not shown here, was there an officer restraining Mr. McClain's legs?
Yes.
Now, I want to change to an angle that shows a little bit better what you're doing here. Could we please pull up Sergeant Leonard's camera starting at 5311?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Can we approach?
What exhibit was this, Jason?
So this is 107.
Thank you.
And now, Mr. Bradley, I want to particularly after we finish playing this, ask you some questions about the conversations that are going on and what you're seeing from the patient. So let's start.
He speaks English.
Yeah, you want to answer my questions?
Definitely not something.
But we put him out with a carotid twice.
Okay.
At least once successfully.
Okay.
So stop messing around, man.
Now, Mr. Bradley, is it normal when you arrive on a scene for the police to give you a briefing like that to describe what happened before you got there?
Yes, because they were there prior to us.
Okay. Is that important information for you guys?
Yes,
Why is that?
'cause it gives us a layout of the scene and what the patient is doing at that time.
Okay. And do you recall telling the APD officers telling you guys here whether the carotid hold had been applied that night?
Judge, I'm going to object. I believe the question itself is improper and assumes facts and evidence.
Response.
I'm asking him whether he remembers them telling him about the carotid hold. That doesn't assume any facts.
I don't have an objection to telling him. My objection is to telling everybody there.
All right, so it's specified to the individuals, I guess. So rephrase.
Well, that's a good point, Mr. Bradley. Where is Mr. Cooper standing relative to where you're standing?
Next to me?
Okay. Now, is the APD officer addressing his statements about what happened in the direction of you guys?
Yes.
Okay. And what did he tell you about whether the carotid hold had been used?
As he just stated in the video twice.
Okay. Did he tell you whether or not the individual, the patient, had been knocked unconscious?
No.
Are you saying that he did not tell you he'd been knocked out?
He said
Patient asked and answered.
Response.
I'm clarifying his testimony before
All right.
potentially impeaching.
All right, well, he did answer. So next question.
All right, so let's rewind the video 5 seconds. Actually, just go back to the beginning of this section here at 5311. Go ahead.
He speaks English.
Yeah, you want to answer my questions?
Definitely not something.
But we put him out with a carotid twice.
Okay.
At least once successfully.
Did the officer indicate to you that they'd successfully put him out?
Yes.
Did he also indicate that he was vomiting?
I did not recall that in this video.
Can we go back to 5311?
Judge, I'm going to renew the objection we made at the bench. I don't believe what was said at the bench is being followed through on here.
I agree.
And Your Honor, if the defendant, or excuse me, if the witness does not remember, then I can impeach him with the facts that would demonstrate a insufficient recollection or potentially also impeach regarding his credibility. So I would need to play that for that purpose as well.
If it's a prior inconsistent statement, Your Honor, but that's not what this is.
Well, prior inconsistent statement is only one kind of impeachment. I can also impeach him with other facts that would demonstrate the veracity or lack thereof in his statement. And this would be another one of those facts.
All right. Well, the court's going to allow this portion to be replayed for the witness, but as a general rule, if we're impeaching with, I don't remember, can be shown to the witness and not the jurors.
All right, starting from 5311. Go ahead.
He speaks English.
Yeah, you want to answer my questions?
Definitely not something.
But we put him out with a carotid twice.
Okay.
At least once successfully.
Okay.
So stop messing around, man.
All right, did you acknowledge the statement from the officer or the briefing from them?
I just did, yes.
Your Honor,
Now,
I'd like the record to reflect the video did not indicate any comment about vomiting, which was the purpose of the impeachment.
All right. Please continue.
Now, would the normal course of behavior for you on the scene then to be, after receiving that sort of briefing from officers, to try and verify or validate the information that they're giving you?
Yes.
Why is it important to try and validate or verify what a bystander or somebody who was there earlier is telling you guys?
Just so we can see if it's actually true.
Okay. Just sometimes people who tell you information, do they sometimes have it wrong?
Sure.
Is it
Yes.
important to verify it independently to make sure if it's correct?
Yes.
How do you go about doing that? Do you ask people questions or what do you do?
It would be a discussion. In this case, it would be, yes, asking questions to both the police officers and attempting to make contact with the patient.
Okay. So in terms of asking questions of the police officers and trying to make contact with the patient, do the paramedics sort of just have a general list of criteria they run through to do their assessment?
I believe so, yes.
Now, based on this conversation here between the APD officers and fire, was your understanding that Mr. McClain spoke English?
Yes.
Is that question, does he speak English, something that gets asked on every call?
No,
Why was it asked here?
I don't know.
Is it important to know whether the patient speaks English or not in order to ask questions of the patient?
Yes, so you can communicate.
Okay. Were you guys aware, based on these conversations, if Mr. McClain spoke English?
Objection, Your Honor, to the question, the form of the question, you guys. Speculation.
All right, can ask him. Rephrase.
I won't ask you if Mr. Cooper knew whether or not he spoke English, but did you know whether he spoke English?
No,
You didn't know whether he spoke English?
we did not have any contact, no.
Did they tell you whether he spoke English?
I don't, in this video, we'd have to rewind to see if they did.
So you don't remember whether Mr. Cooper asked, does he speak English? And the officers responded, yes.
No. Can you play it again, please?
All right, let's go back to 5311.
He speaks English. Yeah.
Were you aware that he spoke English?
After hearing this, yes.
Okay. Well, and you also, did you hear him speaking English shortly after this?
Honestly, no.
So your testimony is that you did not hear Mr. McClain speaking English that night?
No, not that night. Prior to this, no. Later, yes.
Okay. So you know both from the response and actually hearing him that he does speak English?
Yes.
Let's continue with the video. And I want you to
He's-
focus your attention on what the patient is saying and doing, please.
John?
I'll ask you about questions about what you perceived.
I'm going to object to continue with the video, given the representations that were made at the bench for why it's playing. I'm happy to approach again and renew the objection if the court needs.
Response.
Based on what the court said, I may play the video and ask him questions, and if they object to one of my questions, they can object to that question.
All right, well, the purpose of the court's order was to, I suppose, reduce the replaying of the video without a valid purpose, but go ahead.
So I want to ask you some questions about what you're perceiving about the patient in the next little portion of the video here. So go ahead.
You want to answer my questions?
Definitely have something.
But we put him out with a carotid twice.
Okay.
At least once successfully.
Okay.
So stop messing around, man.
No. We'll just leave him. You've already been told several times to stop.
I can't fix myself. Ow.
Just leave him there until the ambulance gets here and then we'll just put him down from there.
With regards to the patient, did you hear him speaking English at this point?
From this video, yes.
Okay. Did the patient say, I can't fix myself?
Yes.
What was your understanding of the plan from paramedic Cooper on how he was going to address this statement, I can't fix myself?
Objection calls for speculation, also not a perceiving event of the patient. He's asking about Mr. Cooper.
I asked for his understanding of it.
Speculation.
I'll allow it if he said anything, but not his general understanding. So sustained.
So based on what's happening here and what you just heard from Mr. Cooper, what was your understanding of what the plan was on how to deal with this situation?
Judge, I'm going to object. I don't have an objection to him being asked about his memory of events, but now he's just being asked what's on the video, and that's improper. Can't just play the video. And when we were at the bench, the court said he can go through it as to how this addresses his recollection of that night. He's not being asked about his recollection of that night. He's only being asked to say what's happening on this video. The jury can see that for themselves. So it's under 403. It's also not relevant.
Response.
Judge, the witness testified that he would only act if the paramedics directed him to act. So his subjective understanding of what the plan is based on what's being said is relevant.
Well, as I said earlier, if it's based upon something somebody says, you can ask them about what somebody said.
So when Mr. Cooper says, we're going to leave him there, what was your understanding of what the plan was and how they were going to deal with the patient?
As Mr. Cooper said, we were going to leave him there.
Okay. Was it your understanding that that meant that there were not to be any actions taken with regards to the patient besides leaving him there?
Correct.
Action speculation.
It's his internal subjective feeling.
All right, I'll allow it to as he understood it.
Did you take that statement that we're going to leave him here as an indication that you should not approach Mr. McClain to take vitals or do something like that?
Objection leading.
Sustain.
What effect, if any, did that statement, we're going to leave him there, have on your decision about whether or not to approach the patient?
None.
So you didn't take that as a statement on what you should do or shouldn't do?
As a statement is under direction of the paramedic to stand there just like I'm doing.
Okay. So is it your understanding that you should not approach the patient to take vital signs?
Yes.
Now, we can only hear Mr. McClain on here, but could you see him at the time?
Yes.
Was he moving around some?
Yes.
Was he squirming?
You could call it that. Yes.
And the question is not whether I would call it squirming or not, Mr. Bradley. What the jury needs to know is what you could see. Would you describe it as squirming?
Yes.
Was he doing anything else?
I don't recall.
So is your testimony today that you can't recall whether he was doing anything besides squirming?
Squirming, and as the video shows, trying to resist still.
Are you saying to this jury that that video just showed him trying to resist?
Judge, I object. He's leading and it's argumentative.
Sustain.
What are you telling this jury about what you just saw in the video there, that he's trying to resist?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative. If he's asking him to tell him what he just saw in the video, the jury can see that for themselves. That violates Vigari.
Judge, I am asking him what his testimony is about what was on that video.
Well, a jury can see what's on the video. You could ask him about his perceptions, but I'm not going to have him critiquing the video. Next question.
I'm not asking him to critique.
Next question.
Yes, sir. And Mr. Bradley, do you remember giving a prior sworn statement in this matter back in 2021?
Yes.
That statement, you were under oath,
Yes.
just like you are in front of this jury today.
Yes.
In fact, you were speaking to another group of people under oath in that circumstance.
Yes.
During that prior statement back in 2021, your goal there was to tell everyone in that room the truth.
Yes.
Can we please show to the witness, just the witness, his prior statement at page 198, lines 4 through 14. Judge, can we cut off the monitor and show?
I'm not in charge of
Oh.
it anymore.
Do you have to do that? Good. Page 198, lines 4 through 14. Now, Mr. Bradley, in that prior proceeding, you were asked, okay, and what did you see Mr. McClain doing when you first walked up? Your answer was squirming around, trying to resist officers from touching him, and that remained consistent throughout approximately 2 or 3 minutes while we were on scene. Then the question, okay, so he was squirming and trying to resist officers from touching him? Answer, correct. Question, was he doing anything else? Answer, no. I read that correctly, didn't I? Did I read that correctly, sir?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. You can take that down. Now, Mr. Bradley, if somebody is really sick or having trouble breathing, is it normal for them to try and move around to breathe better?
Objection calls for speculation as to what is normal.
Well, from what he observes on his calls, I'll allow it.
Is that normal for them to move around to try and breathe better?
Yes.
Is it normal for them to try and move around so that they feel better and are less uncomfortable?
Yes.
Is it possible that that's all Mr. McClain was doing when he was squirming?
Judge, I object.
Speculation leading.
Sustained.
Now, to you, Mr. Bradley, did Mr. McClain appear to be in pain at that point in time?
Yes.
In your experience on calls, is it also pretty normal for somebody to move around if they're being subjected to a lot of pain?
Yes.
Let's go back to the video exhibit 107, starting at 5344. And I want to draw your attention, sir, to, again, what you remember about what Mr. McClain's doing at this point in time.
Judge, I'm
Go
going to
ahead.
ask this first be brought to the witness's attention and not shown to the jury.
Response.
Judge, I'm trying to give context to the audio because this witness is looking at Mr. McClain, but the camera is only looking up. So the jury needs both the audio and Mr. Bradley's testimony to have context of what's actually happening at the scene. Otherwise, it would be much less useful to them.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
Your Honor, I'm going to renew the objection because he said, he basically told the witness he wants him to refresh his recollection. The witness hasn't testified that his recollection needs to be refreshed with respect to this particular incident that he's going to play.
Response to that objection.
Judge, I'm just directing the witness's attention as to what I'm about to ask him questions about so that he can be focused in his answers and try and remember what was happening around those things that I'm going to be asking him about.
I'll allow it for that purpose.
So, Mr. Bradley, as we play this next section, I'm going to ask you some questions about what you remember about what was happening with Mr. McClain. So go ahead.
Objection, Your Honor. He just asked him, I'm going to ask you about what you remember. Again, refreshing his recollection, not for him to describe what he sees. Renew the objection.
All right, and that's, the court's already ruled on that. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Hey, I know you're busy, but I need to let you know that we had a suspicious call over here on Billings.
Now, all we can hear is the sound, the like sounds. What did you see Mr. McClain doing when he's making those sounds like
I don't recall.
Do you remember if he was dry heaving?
I do not.
Now, do you remember why it was that you kneeled down to take a look at him?
No.
Did you hear something concerning?
No.
Could you see when you kneeled down why the patient couldn't fix himself?
No.
So is it fair to say a visual assessment was not enough to find out why he couldn't fix himself?
Objection, speculation.
And leading.
And again, I think we have to identify the person whose perceptions we're discussing. So rephrase.
Was a visual assessment enough for you to determine why Mr. McClain couldn't fix himself?
No.
The vibe of the interaction that's going on here between you and the paramedics. Would you normally have felt okay to just start asking a patient questions?
Not without their direction, no.
Okay. Would you have felt comfortable asking the patient questions after receiving the instructions you got earlier from Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
You would have felt comfortable asking Mr. McClain?
Under his direction, yes.
Okay. And if he told you to just leave him there, would you have felt comfortable asking Mr. McClain questions?
No.
Let's go ahead and play, and I'm going to ask you about what you're doing as you pop off the camera here.
Guy's got a mask on his face, acting kind of weird. Nothing really criminal. My officers go to make contact with him. He starts acting crazy. They try to go hands-on with him. He attacked them. Rosenblatt, he ended up trying to put a carotid on the guy. And actually Woodward actually was able to put the carotid on him and put him out. They were able to get him under handcuffs. We're still struggling with him. I have fire on scene, and that's where we're at. I just wanted to let you know, yeah, we did actually apply the carotid tonight, so.
When you knelt down a second time to look at Mr. McClain, can you tell the jury what you saw?
I do not recall.
Did Mr. Cooper, when you knelt down, did he warn you that it was too dangerous, that you should back off?
I do not recall.
Did anybody tell you that it was too dangerous to kneel down next to the patient?
I do not recall.
Do you have any reason to believe that anybody did warn you that it was too dangerous to kneel down next to the patient?
No.
Now, I'd like to show you Mr. Rosenblatt's camera starting at 54:15, and for the record, that's exhibit 104. Go ahead.
We'll just leave them there until the ambulance gets here, then we'll just put them down to the hearing.
Hey, I know you're busy, but I just want to let you know that, we had a suspicious call over here on building.
Chill out.
Exactly, acting kind of weird. Nothing really criminal. My officers go to make contact with him. He starts acting crazy. They attack them. I'm so glad he ended up trying to put a carotid on the guy.
Who was it that reached up next to the patient and removed those headphones from underneath him?
Can you play it again? I couldn't tell.
Sure. Let's go back to 54:15.
We'll just leave them there until the ambulance gets here, then we'll just put them down to the hearing.
Hey, I know you're busy, but I just want to let you know that, we had a suspicious call over here on building.
Chill out.
Exactly, acting kind of weird. Nothing really criminal. My officers go to make contact with him. He starts acting crazy. They attack them. I'm so glad he ended up trying to put a carotid on the guy.
That was me.
Okay. When you were kneeling down there, could you hear Elijah McClain's joints pop from the pressure that was being put on him by the police?
Objection leading.
Doesn't suggest an answer.
Well, part of it did. So rephrase.
Could you hear Mr. McClain's joints pop when you were kneeled down there?
No.
Now, you kneeled down the first time and pulled the headphones up, but you kneeled down a second time. Why were you kneeling down there again?
Just what I did. No specific reason.
Were you concerned for the patient?
Yes.
Were you concerned that he was in pain?
At that time, only from the audio, you can see that he's in pain. So yes, I'd be concerned for him.
Okay. Were you concerned that he was dry heaving or vomiting?
I could not tell at that time.
Were you concerned that he couldn't fix himself?
Yes.
Were you concerned that there's maybe a medical reason why he's squirming around and crying out in pain?
I'm unable to tell for a medical reason at that time.
I know you're not able to tell, but were you concerned about it?
Yes.
Why was that?
We're concerned for all our patients.
Were you particularly concerned because of what Mr. McClain had been saying and doing?
And doing, yes.
All right, go ahead and resume.
And actually.
Well, stop fighting us.
Put them out, they were able to get them out of handcuffs, we're still struggling with them, I have fire on scene, and that's where we're at, I just want to.
Now, when Mr. McClain says, I'm trying, please help me, what did you do to try and help him there?
I stood up, as the video shows.
What did Mr. Cooper do in response to Mr. McClain saying, I'm trying?
I do
Please
not
help me."
recall.
Sorry, so the record's clear. You have to wait until my question's done because our poor court reporter can only type one of us at once.
Sorry.
What did Mr. Cooper do in response to Mr. McClain's statements? I'm trying, please help me.
I can't tell from this video.
Were you standing right next to him?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember Mr. Cooper doing anything to address Mr. McClain's statements here? I'm trying, please help me.
I do not recall.
Do you remember Mr. Cichuniec doing anything at this point in time to respond to these statements? I'm trying, please help me.
I do not recall.
Now go ahead and resume the video.
But you know, yeah, we did that before I started tonight, so. And the other one, I don't. Oh, you got him? Oh, I didn't know that.
Sorry, I meant to jump forward about a minute here to ask you some specific questions about something. Could we start with Officer Green's camera at 5710, which for the record is Exhibit 105.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, I knew you were busy. And just one other thing we did.
Is this his?
Yeah, that's all his. That's what he was wearing.
It was used, okay. It was very minor.
Now, when Officer Green is talking about, is this his, and shines his flashlight on this black object down here, was that Mr. McClain's mask that he was shining the light on?
I do not recall.
Now, right before this, did Mr. Cooper and Mr. Cichuniec have a conversation about the administration of ketamine over by you?
I do not recall.
Do you remember them talking about whether they needed to use narcs or ketamine?
No.
Do you remember whether they agreed on the course of treatment to provide ketamine?
Judge, I'm going to object. He testified he doesn't recall a conversation between them about ketamine.
Response.
These are different questions about what he recalls or doesn't recall.
And they're phrased different, but they're the same question. Sustained.
All right, go ahead and resume.
So when the ambulance gets here, we're going to go ahead and give.
All the cops are okay.
Perfect.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Bradley, when you step forward, put your foot down, was that to move the mask and see what was inside of it?
I do not recall.
Do you remember seeing the mask full of vomit right there by your feet?
I do not know.
All right, let's go ahead and resume.
That would be.
Whatever he's
Okay,
on,
all right. Bye.
he has incredible strength.
Yeah.
That's why we just take ketamine, so.
And I had him in a bar hammer behind his back.
Now, after Mr. Cooper says that they're going to use ketamine, which one of you went to explain to Mr. McClain why he was going to receive ketamine?
Judge, I'm going to object. It's leading.
You can ask him if anybody did.
Did anyone on the team go to Mr. McClain and explain to him why he was going to get ketamine?
I don't recall.
Do you remember anybody making an effort to explain to him why he was getting ketamine?
If we,
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Did anyone explain to Mr. McClain what ketamine does to a person?
Objection asked and answered.
I asked, Why versus what?
All right, and I think we need to focus the questions on what he recalls versus what he just saw in the video, so rephrase.
Do you recall anybody trying to explain to Mr. McClain what ketamine does to a person?
No, I do not.
Which one of you asked Mr. McClain for his consent to receive the ketamine?
Judge, I object to this as leading the court sustained it. I'm objection that it's already been asked and answered.
That's a different question, overruled.
Which one of you asked Mr. McClain?
And we need to be a little more specific.
Which one of you, if any, asked Mr. McClain for his consent to receive ketamine?
I don't recall anybody did.
Did you have the time to do that?
No.
Mr. Bradley, is it fair to say that for several minutes, you guys are standing around Mr. McClain?
Yes.
During those several minutes, are you telling this jury under oath that you didn't have time to just ask him whether it was okay to give him ketamine?
Judge, I'm objecting to the leading nature of the question.
I'm confirming his statement.
Overruled.
Is that what you're telling this jury?
And this, based off this video here, the timeline between the resisting with the cops and with our paramedic, it was difficult in that time to give him an explanation. That's what I'm saying.
And I'm not asking about whether you think things might be difficult. I'm asking whether you had time to just ask him if you had his consent to give him ketamine.
Judge,
Was there time?
That's asked and answered. He's answered it twice, 2 different ways.
Same objection, and now we're badgering.
Response.
Well, Judge, I've got to confirm what his testimony is, and the answers have been a little bit different. I'm trying to pin down whether there was time or not in this witness's opinion.
He's answered it, Judge.
Yes. Next question.
Would it have been safe to ask Mr. McClain for his consent to receive ketamine?
Yes.
Would it have been your job or the paramedic's job to ask Mr. McClain for consent to receive ketamine?
Paramedics.
Did either of the paramedics explain to you why they weren't doing their job to get consent to give ketamine?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustain.
Did either of the paramedics explain to you why they were not seeking Mr. McClain's consent to receive ketamine?
No.
All right, let's resume here.
Why? His arm was above his head and he was still fighting.
Oh. Anybody that can relieve me for a second?
Yeah.
Spitz! I don't think somebody just. Okay. You want to just get on for a second?
Kick his legs up and just.
Yeah, well, yeah, if he keeps on, we'll do that.
Said 2 minutes out.
Okay. You all right?
When the officer asked Mr. McClain, "You all right?" and there's no response, did you follow up with Mr. McClain on why he didn't answer?
Judge, I'm objecting to that. This is leading and it's Mr. Slothauer testifying, not giving the witness a chance to testify.
Sustained. Rephrase.
Do you remember any response from the patient when that officer just asked him, "Are you all right?"
No.
Did you follow up and see why he didn't respond to that question? Are you all right?
No.
Did paramedic Cooper follow up to see why he didn't respond to that question? Are you all right?
I do not recall that.
Was Mr. Cooper standing right by the patient's head there?
Based off this video, yes.
Was he the closest paramedic to Mr. McClain's head?
Off of this video, yes.
Just go ahead.
We're trying to keep him on his side, dude, but he keeps fighting us, so.
He's breathing. Kept doing this and he kept saying, yeah, still.
Stop, dude, don't do it. We haven't even got that far yet, man.
Then he started going crazy. Don't worry about what's he doing. He's like saying stuff, he's holding his arms in, and he's like, I don't know exactly what that is.
Is Lieutenant Cichuniec there with his shoe moving some vomit from in front of Mr. McClain?
I cannot tell what that was.
Do you remember whether there was vomit in that area in front of Mr. McClain's mouth and face?
No.
Do you know why Mr. Cichuniec reached forward and did that with his shoe?
No.
At this point in time, are the three of you all standing around Mr. McClain?
Yes.
Is that all you're doing right now?
Yes.
Is anyone going to get that black airway case?
No.
Is anyone going to get that blue oxygen bag?
Judge, I checked, he asked and answered what they were doing.
Response.
Judge, I'm just developing the factual record with what is and isn't being done.
He already answered that question. He said they're standing there.
I'll sustain the objection.
While you're standing there, did Mr. Cooper ask anyone to go get that black Pelican airway case out of the engine?
I do not recall.
While you're standing there, did Mr. Cichuniec ask anyone to go get that black airway case out of the engine?
I do not recall.
Did either of them ask anyone to go get that blue oxygen bag out of the engine?
I do not recall.
Did either of them ask any of you to go get that cardiac monitor with the pulse ox and the capnography on it out of the engine?
I do not recall.
At this point in time, do you all know that the ketamine is going to be administered sometime soon?
Yes.
Despite knowing that, did anybody ask you to go get monitoring equipment for after the ketamine is administered?
I do not recall.
Go ahead and play the next part.
Yes. My knee's on his elbow, dude. He ain't going anywhere.
Brandon, do you relief?
No, I'm good. I'm just gonna pat him down, make sure he doesn't have anything, because we haven't got to that far yet.
Pull him down while he's, yes, he pulled his arms in the air, it comes out, and, I don't remember feeling that. Okay, so he's coming down there. Let's see here. Well, it is. Okay.
That's all.
I need, yeah, make sure you document that for. Okay, yeah, 500.
Don't do it. You're good.
Judge, I'm going to object to play the video with no question.
Response.
I have a question coming in 8 seconds, Your Honor, and it's about what just happened in this 30 seconds or so video.
Judge, I would object again to that procedure. It's just playing a video that's in evidence.
Counsel approach. We need a break pretty soon.
Nothing on his legs, right?
No.
I'm gonna.
No, Mr. Bradley, can you tell the jury why it was that we saw you sort of lean down and stretch there?
No, I don't recall.
At this point in time, after hearing those sounds that from Mr. McClain, were you concerned about his medical condition?
Yes.
Your Honor, this is probably actually a good spot to take our lunch break.
All right, folks, on the jury, we're going to take our lunch break at this time. Please counsel are present. Is there anything that needs to be brought to the court's attention before we bring the jurors back?
Judge, on behalf of Mr. Cooper, I just wanted to briefly renew the objection I've made regarding the video and the playing of the video. Part of my problem is when Mr. Slothauer plays it for the witness, and then he'll ask a question which assumes facts not in evidence. They may or may not be on the jury. They're asked in the form of, when you heard Officer so-and-so say this to Fire Medic Cooper, what did you do? And part of my objection is the fact that it's just asking this witness to narrate what's already on the video. I don't think it's from his own memory. And the other part of the objection goes to the form of the question and facts that basically Mr. Slothauer was testifying by asking the question that way. So I don't mean to try the court's patience by making these constant objections. That's basically the nature of the objection. I think it's just becoming narrated to by this witness.
All right, and that was the point the court was trying to make at the bench conference we had before lunch, so I will be dealing with it, I suppose. Our jurors will be coming up shortly, hopefully. All right, the jury's returned to the courtroom. Please be seated. The court will recall 21 CR 2800 and 21 CR 2806. The parties and counsel are present. Mr. Bradley's on the witness stand, still under oath. You may continue with the examination.
Now, before lunch, we were talking about what was happening to Mr. McClain. And I was actually asking you about that in context of some of the things on Mr. Green's video. Could we resume playing from there, which I think was at 59:39? And which, for the record, is Exhibit 105. Can we open up the tree?
No, we're not nailing it. Right in his puke.
Oh, thank you.
Here, come this way with it. Come this way. There we go.
What are you trying to get?
Just put his arm down here. And I could drop my knee right in his tricep. And he can't move. I'm sure he can breathe. Yeah. He can breathe. He can breathe. I just have his arm pinned behind his back. That's it.
Mr. Bradley, when you were there, did you do anything in response to hearing the officers say, make sure he can breathe?
No, as the video shows, I just stood there.
Okay. Did either Mr. Cooper or Mr. Cichuniec ask the officers to do anything different after that?
Not that I recall.
Did they ask you or Mr. DeJesus to do anything after that?
No.
Resume.
Don't move your feet. No, don't do that.
So if you take his foot and angle it outwards
Yep.
and put pressure on his ankle,
Well, the innocents are on you somewhere.
he almost did a push-up with all three of us on his back.
Okay. Yeah, so once he gets out here, I'm gonna hit him in the right shoulder.
You want shoulder or ass?
Either way, just.
Ass is right here, man.
We'll give that a couple of minutes. We'll see if that works.
So, from your perspective, were you able to see what Mr. McClain's head and chest were doing while he's making those dry heaving sounds?
From where I was standing very briefly, just when that light was shined on him.
Okay. And what did you see him doing?
Just him making those sounds, trying to breathe.
Resume.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just keep raising his legs. You good?
Yep.
Matt, you got his back way?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't want him kicking you, man.
No, we're good.
Yeah, it's over here.
We're good.
Is that you here in the middle?
Yes.
When you were sort of moving off to the side there, craning your neck, what were you trying to see?
Just see what was going on.
Were you worried about these sounds that Mr. McClain was making?
At that time, no.
Did you see any of the other AFR personnel moving to get a closer or better look at Mr. McClain?
Based off this video, no.
Hold, approach.
Remember from that night, anybody moving around trying, any of the AFR personnel moving around trying to get a better view of the patient?
No.
Okay, let's resume.
Mind sticking your head in that ambulance, make.
So I got his arm. Drag your knuckles right there. You don't have to put pressure until he moves. All right.
We got 500 of ketamine? Yep. Awesome, playing too.
Just rub it right behind his ear if he fights, all right?
That night, were you watching the patient to pay attention to the administration of ketamine and what happened afterwards?
Yes.
Do you remember any reaction from the patient to receiving that shot of ketamine in his shoulder?
No.
Did Mr. Cooper put his hand on Mr. McClain's shoulder while he's administering the ketamine?
I don't recall. You have to play that back.
In this position that he's at right here, was Mr. McClain's shoulder down, his right shoulder down near the grass?
It looks to be, yes.
Was his, and from your own memory, was his left shoulder also on the ground being restrained by the police?
It looks to be, yes.
And Mr. Bradley, I'm trying to ask you about what do you remember to give a little bit more context to what's on the screen, because the jury can see the screen. So if all you know is what you see on the screen, just let me know that that's all you know. But if you have some additional memory about positioning or any of the questions I'm asking, can you do that?
Yes.
Okay. So as Mr. McClain, was his stomach on the ground?
I don't recall.
Okay. Let's resume.
You always talk to the RP.
We'll give that a minute or two, see if that works, and once it is, we'll go ahead, if you guys are okay with it, we'll uncuff him, we'll go up with the right arm, down with the left, and we'll just restrain everything.
Now, from your perspective, were you able to see any changes in Mr. McClain's position from 12 seconds ago?
No, I was not.
Let's resume.
Give that a minute or two.
All right. Hey, what you're, Rosie, here in a minute, once this medicine kicks in, we're gonna uncuff him, put him on the bed, and then we're gonna restrain him, soft point him to the bed.
No, you're okay. I got it.
Again, Mr. Bradley, from your perspective, were you able to see any change in Mr. McClain's position?
Objection to form a question. I don't mind.
That night.
Yep.
That night, from your position looking at him, were you able to see any change in his position?
No.
Continue.
You guys have any extra gloves on you?
My back pouch right here, dude.
Okay.
So, they're extra large, just so everybody can fit them, but
Just to fill you in, who was contacted while walking down the street wearing like a wrestling mask or something like that. Expect all these guys to get him down and he's in. No pain compliance, they were completely without limits, we still fighting. We're still fighting when we got here. Super tired.
On that night, from your position, was Mr. McClain still in the same position he's been in for the last minute or so?
Yes.
So I was excited, and then that's why I was getting the 5 of ketamine. We had no idea as far as the history of that quality. So we're gonna give him maybe another minute. It looks like it's starting to kick in.
Yeah, he's snoring.
That's ready. We'll go ahead and uncuff and take him up to you. Is he in custody or?
yeah,
I'm sure you will be,
I'm sure he will be, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fine. Just like the hospital staff know.
if he's not already.
All right. How's he? Seem a little,
Yep.
okay. We'll go ahead.
That night, from your position, was he still in the same position he'd been in about 30 seconds before?
Yes.
That night, were you able to hear Mr. McClain snoring at all?
No.
When we heard that slapping sound, did you see any physical reaction from Mr. McClain to that?
I don't recall.
Now, during this whole period of time up until here that you all were there with Mr. McClain, did you see either Mr. Cooper or Cichuniec ask Mr. McClain any questions?
I did not, no.
I'd like to talk about the loading of Mr. McClain onto the pram and then what happens to the ambulance there. So let's play for just a few seconds.
And get him on his side and we'll just uncuff him.
Let's get him on the gurney first, if we can.
Okay.
What is Mr. Cichuniec doing here?
He's annotating what's going on the scene right now on the CF-19.
Okay, and what's the CF-19?
It's a computer we use to put notes in for our patient care reports.
Okay, so is that like a little tablet computer or what
Yes.
Is that the thing that is scribed on in order to produce the patient care report that sums up the incident?
Yes.
Do you remember anyone besides Mr. Cichuniec writing on that tablet during the course of this evening?
Writing, no, but I do remember De Jesus having it in his hand a few minutes prior to this moment in the video.
Okay. Now, as Mr. McClain is being loaded onto the gurney, do you remember checking whether he was breathing or not?
No.
Let's resume.
You guys doing that?
Careful,
Yeah,
careful.
he's definitely. All right.
Throw up on you guys. So.
If you put an end title, Canyon on,
Give him some light.
we can have that ready too. Do the right one first.
Would you?
Want to grab this?
I got it.
You guys got them?
Now, a few minutes ago, was Mr. Cichuniec still writing on the tablet?
Yes, a few minutes ago.
Is this Mr. Cooper back here behind everybody?
I can't tell.
Okay. Go ahead.
Good?
Yep.
So. Thanks, sir. You good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's get him inside and suction. Okay.
Suction.
Let's get him in right quick and we'll suction.
Do you have any memory of what Mr. Cichuniec was saying there to Mr. Cooper about how he was marking things?
No.
Now, from where the pram is at here over to the ambulance, do you know about how far it was?
I do not know. I mean, it's close. I don't know the exact feet.
Sure. All right, let's go ahead.
Thank you. Somebody's body.
ALT? ALT?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The video ends, but what were you doing at this point in time?
As I wasn't instructed to do anything at that time, just making sure the scene was cleaned up and preparing for transport.
Okay. We can go ahead and take this down. Once you get Mr. McClain over to the ambulance, does somebody check his pulse at that point in time?
I don't recall.
Do you remember giving a prior statement in this matter back in 2021?
Briefly.
Could we please show just to the witness? The 2021 statement, page 229, lines, excuse me, page 230, lines 6 to 15. And so you're asked And was there a particular protocol about the transport or tell us kind of what happened? And your answer was, sure. As we were loading him into the ambulance, into the Falk ambulance, our other paramedic, the lieutenant, stopped and checked for a pulse. He checked the carotid pulse and noticed that there was not a carotid pulse. And this was as we were moving him into the back of the ambulance. And then that's when he stated, "Oh, I don't have a pulse." Did I read your prior statement correctly?
Yes, you did.
Now, when somebody checks for a carotid pulse, where do you do that?
On the neck.
Okay. And you raise kind of 2 fingers up towards your neck. Am I sort of doing what you're supposed to be doing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any memory of anyone checking Elijah McClain's pulse before Lieutenant Cichuniec did it as they were entering the ambulance?
No, I do not.
That's all the questions I have for you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You do not work as a paramedic, is that right?
Correct.
And my understanding is you have never worked as a paramedic, is that correct?
Correct.
You are a EMT basic,
Yes.
and that's what you were on August 24th of 2019?
Yes.
In the 4 years, 3 months, and 11 days since August 24th of 2019, do you know how many other patients you've assisted in that time?
No.
Do you have any idea how many people you might have assisted as an EMT in that time?
No, I do not.
Have you been working steadily as an EMT since August 24th of 2019?
Yes.
So during COVID, you were working as an EMT basic?
Yes.
And during that time period, you moved to a different department in another state, is that correct?
Yes.
Is it just the department you now work in Tennessee, or were there other stops in between?
Just the one I'm at now.
Okay. And when did you move to that employment?
2 years ago.
Prior to that, were you still working for Aurora Fire
Yes.
as an EMT basic as you were on August 24th?
Yes.
Okay. Nobody with AFR, Aurora Fire and Rescue, wears body cams. Is that true?
True.
You don't wear body cams, correct?
No.
And nobody else who is on this call with you, EMT DeJesus, Fire Medic Cooper, or Lieutenant Fire Medic Cichuniec, none of them were wearing body-worn cameras. Is that correct?
Correct.
Have you had any opportunity to go back and review body-worn cameras?
Yes.
And when did that occur?
A couple weeks ago.
Did you have unfettered access to body-worn cameras? In other words, can you stop them, start them, watch them?
Yes.
Do you know how much time you spent doing that?
No.
Did that refresh some of your recollection about the events of August 24th, 2019?
Yes.
Did you have, before you started watching any body-worn cameras, did you have some recollection of what happened the night of August 24th, 2019?
Very little, being the amount of time that had passed.
And because you had dealt with so many patients and so many things happened during that over 4 years, is that why?
Yes.
If I'm understanding you, you remembered some kind of big basic things, but details you did not remember. Is that right?
Correct.
And as Mr. Sluthauer was walking you through the video, you indicated a number of details that you don't recall at this point in time. Is that true?
That's true.
From watching the video, you were able to say some of the things that happened on the video. Is that right?
Yes.
But that wasn't based on your independent memory, was it?
No.
It was based on watching the video.
Yes.
Did you remember from your own memory that Fire Medic Cooper stood at the head of Elijah McClain looking down at him?
No.
You recall that now from watching the videos?
Yes.
Did you recall from your own recollection that Fire Medic Cooper stayed pretty much the entire time at Mr. McClain's head watching him?
Yes, he did.
Do you remember that from your own independent memory now, or did watching the body cameras help you with that?
Oh, from the body cameras refreshing my memory.
Okay. And that, so now you know that's what he did, correct?
Yes,
He kept his eyes on Elijah McClain. Is that fair to say?
it is.
Response.
Judge, I think he testified that his knowledge now from watching body-worn cameras and from his own memory that night is that Fire Medic Cooper did watch Mr. McClain and kept his eyes on him.
Counsel's not testifying.
Yes, you are.
I'm trying to answer their objection.
Well, you can do it without testifying, I think.
Okay. All right.
The court will allow the witness to testify if he can remember, finding it's rationally based upon his perception, if he has a memory of it.
Okay. Mr. Bradley, do you recall Mr. Fire Medic Cooper? You already testified he was standing by Elijah McClain's head looking down at him. Is that correct?
Yes,
And was he keeping his eyes, as far as you could tell, on your patient Elijah McClain?
yes,
As Mr. McClain was lying on the ground?
yes,
You saw played for you in court before we took the lunch break, a video clip where an officer told you about doing a carotid hold on Mr. McClain. Is that right?
yes.
Did you remember that from your own memory?
No, only from the video.
When you watched the video, after being told that, you did not turn and repeat it to Fire Medic Cooper, did you?
No,
And in fact, you never told Fire Medic Cooper about that statement being made to you, did you?
no,
Your team was concerned about Mr. McClain's medical condition, correct?
correct.
And Mr. Slothauer asked you a couple different times, I think, whether you were concerned about his medical condition. And you were, is that right?
Yes,
As was the rest of your team, correct?
correct.
Mr. Cooper, Fire Medic Cooper never expressed any animosity towards Mr. McClain that night, did he?
No,
Any desire to hurt Mr. McClain, did he?
no,
Mr. McClain, I believe it's your testimony, was squirming as he lay on the ground. Is that fair?
yes,
He was moving around, correct?
yes,
He was moving his legs.
yes,
He was moving his upper body.
yes,
Watching Mr. McClain, you believed he was trying to get officers off of him, didn't you?
yes,
For much of the time that you were there, that was your perception that Mr. McClain was moving around trying to get officers off of him. Is that correct?
yes,
You heard officers telling him to stop resisting. Is that right?
yes,
Repeatedly?
yes,
Do you know how many times?
no,
Was it more than once?
yes.
More than twice? Do you know?
I don't know.
If someone is actively moving around, does that affect your ability to take vital signs from that person?
Yes,
The actions that were taken by your team that night, were those done to medically assist Mr. McClain?
I'll sustain the objection. You can ask him what his motivations were.
Why was your team there? Why were you called there?
for a medical call to assist the Aurora Police Department.
Was that your intention, your desire being on scene to medically assist Mr. McClain?
Yes,
Did you hear anybody with fire express to you any other desire than to medically assist Mr. McClain?
no,
Was it your desire to get Mr. McClain transported to a hospital so that he could be treated?
yes,
Did you hear anybody with fire express any other desire than to transport Mr. McClain to a hospital to get him treatment?
no,
You have a minute, John?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Bradley. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
On behalf of Mr. Cichuniec.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Bradley. Or Mr. Bradley, how are you?
Doing well, thank you.
Getting older, so I have to get some assistance here. You were shown lots of video through your testimony and testified. I want to talk to you about some of the questions that the prosecution asked you, and then a few of the questions that my colleague, Mr. Pello, asked you, okay?
Okay.
You were asked some questions about a conversation that an officer, I believe it was Sergeant Leonard, had with you or directed towards you about indicating that the police officers had put him in a carotid hold at least twice. Do you recall that line of questioning?
From this video, yes.
Well, and I'm not asking if you recall the video. Do you recall that line of questioning from the prosecution?
I did not know.
You don't remember getting those questions earlier today?
Not before the videos, no.
Okay. Let's slow down.
Yeah.
I want to, and maybe I'm not asking the question very well. I'm just simply asking you if you remember the questions you were asked by the prosecution.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
I apologize.
And in response to those questions, you were asked about Mr. Cooper or paramedic Cooper's location. Do you recall being asked that?
Yes.
Okay. And during that particular point of the incident, Mr. Cooper is on the other side of you several feet away towards Mr. McClain's head. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You're also asked questions about paramedic Cooper giving the instruction, we'll just leave him here. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Okay. That was right after the officer had picked up and slammed Mr. McClain back down on the ground, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And paramedic Cooper at that point in time was speaking to the officers, correct?
Yes.
Okay. He was not speaking to you.
Correct.
Okay. Now, we saw several times in the video, and you were asked several questions, we saw you kneel down towards the patient, Mr. McClain, several times. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall being asked about that?
Yes.
Okay. You knelt down several times to observe the patient. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Were you assessing him at that point in time?
Assessing, no.
Okay. Were you looking to see if he could still breathe?
Yes.
Okay. You wouldn't consider that an assessment?
Be a very brief visual assessment, yes.
Okay. Okay. But you're looking to see if he can breathe.
Yes.
Okay. Paramedic Cooper didn't tell you to do that, right?
Right.
You did that on your own volition.
Yes.
Okay. Why did you do that if he didn't tell you to do it?
Just out of will, I guess.
Okay. At some point, you're seen kneeling down next to Mr. McClain, and pulling away the headphones. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you do that?
Just to get him out of the way of the scene.
Okay. Paramedic Cooper didn't tell you to do that, right?
Correct.
Okay. You did that again on your own volition.
Yes.
It's fair to say you're doing several things on scene because as an EMT basic, you're part of the team that's there to treat Mr. McClain medically, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not like you're standing there at attention waiting for orders. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. You have your own training as an EMT basic, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you're there to do various things with respect to the patient, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, and you're at liberty to do that without being told by a paramedic or the officer on scene, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, when you knelt down and pulled away those headphones, you did that almost immediately after Mr. Paramedic Cooper told the police, we're just going to leave him here, correct?
Correct.
You were asked some questions about consent. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. As an EMT basic, and in 2019, were you and are you familiar with the concept of implied consent?
Loosely.
Okay. Were you trained on that as part of your training as an EMT basic with Aurora Fire?
Yes.
Okay. And implied consent assumes, in certain situations, that a patient.
Scope requires expert testimony. That's the EMT basic training.
Well, Your Honor, he was asked lots of questions about consent. He's just testified as an EMT basic that he received training on implied consent. So it's not beyond the scope either of direct examination or this person's knowledge.
Sustain.
What does implied consent mean to you, sir?
That if they're not able to make their own decisions, that we can assist them in making them for them.
Okay. And with respect to making their own decisions, the assumption is someone is going to want to be treated for whatever medical condition they have if they can't express that themselves, correct?
Objection, speculation, and false rights of testimony.
It's not speculation. He just testified, I'm clarifying, and it doesn't require expert testimony. He's testified what it means to him, and that's what I'm asking.
I'll allow, based upon his perception, what it is and what it means, but go ahead.
So you were asked questions about Mr. McClain's comment, I can't fix myself, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so the notion, as you've explained it to me, and I just want to make sure I understand it correctly, so correct me if I'm wrong. The notion as you understand it of implied consent would mean that if someone can't give consent, the assumption is that a person would want to be treated to fix whatever ails them. Is that fair?
Yes.
You were asked some questions after showing you some video about somebody kind of moving their foot and putting their foot in and moving something. And I think you were asked about the mask. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And then you were asked about the black airway case. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And being asked whether or not either of the paramedics asked you to retrieve the black airway case. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were also asked about the oxygen bag and whether or not either of the paramedics asked you to retrieve the oxygen bag. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say at that point in time, you're standing there still visually assessing Mr. McClain?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Mr. McClain struggling to breathe at that point in time?
No.
Did you see any need for oxygen at that point in time?
No.
If you had noticed that Mr. McClain was having difficulty breathing or struggling to breathe, would you have said something?
Yes.
You were also asked about a portion of the video where one of the officers indicates that Mr. McClain is snoring. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
You would agree with me that snoring would indicate somebody is breathing, correct?
Yes.
One moment, Mr. Bradley. Mr. Bradley, thank you very much for your time. We appreciate you traveling all the way to Colorado from Tennessee for this trial.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Mr. Bradley, the first defense counsel who spoke to you asked you about whether you had an independent memory of where Mr. Cooper was standing on that night. And you answered that you didn't, that you only remembered it from the camera footage. Is that right?
Yes.
He then asked you if you had an independent memory of whether Mr. Cooper remained by the patient's head or not, or whether that was just from the camera. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
And did you respond as well that you only knew that because of watching the camera?
Yes.
If you have no independent memory of where Cooper was standing or whether he was by the patient's head, then how did you confidently answer his next question that yes, you know Cooper was looking at Elijah McClain the whole time?
Just based off of where he was standing, there was no way he couldn't be looking at him.
But that's something you have no independent memory of, right?
Based off of what I remember on that scene, how he was standing, and based off of that video, there was no way he was not looking at him.
Now, you were also asked about Sergeant Leonard giving you that initial briefing that they used the carotid twice, he went unconscious at least once, he's vomiting, that thing. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Now, when you got that briefing and Sergeant Leonard was saying that to you, how far away from you is Mr. Cooper?
He's directly behind me.
Okay. So when you told defense counsel that you didn't turn and repeat that briefing to Mr. Cooper, did you do that because you assumed he's next to you and he can hear it too?
I did, yes.
Objection calls for speculation.
Response.
I'm asking why he didn't do it, if that was his
Well, you
assumption.
can ask him why he didn't do it.
Well, did you do that because you assumed he could hear it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Called for speculation.
Why didn't you repeat it to him?
I assumed that he had heard it, being that we're all in the general area.
Generally, would you assume that the paramedics would ask officers or bystanders for any information about what happened before you got there that they needed?
Yes.
Did you ever hear paramedics Cooper or Cichuniec ask any of the police officers about what happened before they got there?
I did not.
That's all I have, Mr. Bradley. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
May the witness be excused? Right, you may step down. You're excused.
Thank you.
Your Honor, just for Mr. Bradley's edification, he's also under defense subpoena, but on behalf of Mr. Cichuniec, we're releasing him from our subpoena.
And on behalf of Mr. Cooper, we are too. Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, you're excused from your subpoenas.
Thank you.
Next witness for the people.
People's next witness is Eric Hill.
If you'll please be seated. And I'll ask you to speak somewhat loudly or close to the microphone. And if you could tell us your first and last name and spell your last.
My name is Eric Hill, Hill.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please tell the jury what it is you do for a living?
I'm an emergency medicine physician.
Do you have a role as a medical director?
Yes, I'm the medical director for several agencies, including Aurora Fire Rescue.
Okay. How long have you been in that role?
With Aurora Fire Rescue, I've been the medical director since March 2017, so 6+ years.
Okay. Now, in your role as a physician, can you tell the jury about any board certifications or other particular qualifications you have?
Okay, so after medical school, I completed a 3-year residency in emergency medicine. I'm board certified in emergency medicine, also double board certified now, and also emergency medical services.
All right. Now, you mentioned you're the medical director for the city of Aurora. What does that mean?
So a medical director, every EMS agency has to have a medical director, which is a physician that meets certain qualifications under state rules, laws to serve as their medical director. And what we do is we work with that agency to approve their protocols and guidelines and some of the trainings and credential their paramedics to be, or EMTs to be, work in the field.
Specifically with regard to Aurora Fire Rescue, or AFR, what is your role as a medical director with relationship to them?
It's the same. So I'm contracted by the city to be the medical director for Aurora Fire and Falk. I credential the employees they have, which is the EMTs and paramedics. I credential them to act within their scope. I set the protocols, the treatment protocols for the department. I work with the training division on training implementations, and I work with the department on what's called a CQI process, or a clinical insurance process, to make sure we review calls.
With regards to this idea of establishing protocols for the paramedics to practice under, if there's a new protocol that's put into place, is there some sort of training or requirements to get the paramedics up to speed?
It depends on the nature of the protocol. Sometimes small changes, we'll just update the protocols, make the members aware what the change was. The department would issue out the protocols, and then they have usually a few weeks to kind of review it before a established go live date, if you want to call it that. Some protocols, if they're more in depth, a new procedure, something along those lines, those would involve typically a training that would roll out with the protocol when it comes out.
Now, specifically with regards to the ketamine protocol that Aurora Fire and Rescue is using, when did that go into place?
The protocol went into place sometime, it was end of summer, early fall 2018.
Okay. Now, before a paramedic for AFR was allowed to use ketamine in the field, would they have to go through some training or demonstrate competency in that new protocol?
Yeah, we did it's not so much like a hands-on practice, because it's just a medication, but there was a in-person in-service that took place around May, June, that time frame, over a period of like 6 or 7 weeks, I think, around that time period. And so all the members of both agencies had to go through that training.
Would every member or every paramedic have had to have gone through that training?
If they were going to be working in the field, like if they were assigned to admin or something, then maybe not. They may have had to go later, but if they were assigned to operations, then yes, they would have had to go through it.
Okay. Now, before I ask you any more questions specifically about those protocols and how they went into place, I want to just back up a little bit and talk about the scope of what paramedics can do. Can paramedics just use any drug that a doctor might be able to use?
No, their scope is defined in protocol. So there's two things that determine kind of what medications they can use. One is there's a set of kind of ceiling rules under the state rules. It's a CRS statute for CDPHE, and it defines kind of the top level of all the medications that are within their scope. And then there's also the protocols. So sometimes there'll be additional medications that the doctor will request the state to add on to those lists. And so those are the defined medications that are, presented to them, and they have to go through the training and process and knowledge for those medications that they have.
Now, are there protocols that govern the administration of all medications by paramedics, or is it just some specifics?
I'm gonna not really object, but I think we need to qualify.
All right, I'm not sure we need to at the moment, but whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I haven't asked any opinions yet. This is all just fact information. So, do paramedics need a protocol to administer all drugs or just certain classes of them?
All medications that are in the protocols have basically an indication or a protocol associated with them. If does that answer your question? So like, yes, there's a series of protocols based upon patient condition, and then there's medications that are approved for those. So we don't carry medications that don't have a purpose in our protocols.
Okay. So are there even protocols to govern use of things like ibuprofen or Tylenol or whatever?
Yes.
Now, with regards to controlled substances like ketamine, are there special steps that are taken to secure those medications?
Sure. The all controlled substances, anything that has a DEA classification as a scheduled substance, is kept in a basically a controlled lockbox, if you want to call it that, some sort of a limited access entry. So any ALS unit would have that on there. Sometimes it's a keyed box, sometimes it's a PIN code, but there's some sort of a securing mechanism for those medications.
Okay. Now, when a paramedic administers something like ketamine in the field, are they doing that practice under your medical license?
No, that's not an accurate description of it. The way it works is a paramedic has to have a credential by the medical director of the agency to work as a paramedic. It's not actually, to say that they're under your medical license isn't quite right, because it's not delegated practice authority. It's more that the agency has to have a medical director. We approve the protocols. As a member of that agency, we credential them more to work on under those protocols with those medications.
Okay. So can a paramedic administer ketamine outside of those protocols that you've established?
No.
If they don't follow those protocols that have been established, are they authorized to administer ketamine?
Okay. You explain that one for me a little bit?
Sure. If a paramedic is not operating within the protocols you've set forth, are they authorized or allowed to administer ketamine?
No. They have to be operating as a medic of Aurora Fire under a protocol and for it to use the medication.
Okay. So they're not allowed to do like off-label uses or something, or off-protocol uses, I guess, because maybe would be a better way to phrase it.
Okay. So, you would have to have typically speaking, the protocols have they act as guidelines, but they're listed as like standing orders, if you want to call it that. Like, hey, we say this is approved, you shouldn't have to call in for this. If there was a medication that you wanted to use and there was not a clear indication you were following for it, you would call and speak to a physician to get their approval for that.
Okay. So if it wasn't pursuant to one of the protocols, they would need to call you or another doctor to get authorization to use it?
Yeah, if they wanted to use it, outside of a normal, if they don't see a clear indication based on the medication protocol, if they don't see a clear indication for it, but they think it might be beneficial based on something they have to call and speak to a physician to get approval to use that.
Okay. Are there a large number of protocols?
There are. I mean, I haven't counted up the protocols. The protocol set itself is like 170 pages.
Okay. Now, before a paramedic picks a protocol and sort of proceeds down that path, do they first need to do some fundamental paramedic 101 stuff, like make sure the scene is safe?
Sure. Every time paramedics go on calls, they try to make a determination of, is it safe for me to operate in that environment?
Okay. And before proceeding down the protocol, do they do a patient assessment?
Yeah. So once you're walking up to a scene, everything you're pulling all that information at the same time. So everything you're kind of seeing, smelling, observing, hearing, all that starts getting into your assessment. You're starting to assess the information you have as to what you're dealing with.
Okay.
So yes, there's an assessment that occurs.
Okay. And is that assessment what that informs which protocol we're going to proceed under?
Sure. So the assessment that occurs, the paramedics are trying to make a determination as to what exactly is the nature of the call or inexactly, what is the primary issues at hand. And they're trying to select maybe the most appropriate protocol, or sometimes there might be a couple different protocols that are kind of jumping back and forth to make a determination as to how to best navigate that call. And so then there's a series of approaches we want them to use.
Okay. How are the protocols made or written? Just very high level.
How are they made? So the protocols we use in Aurora are based on a protocol set they're called the Denver Metro EMS protocols. This is a large document that's made by about 26 physicians who work collaboratively for the last 30 years. So this is the most widely used set of protocols in the state of Colorado. So these protocols have been developed over time and then are constantly updated every 6 months. They get updated and then they get rolled out to the respective agencies to use. Some agencies will adjust or make small modifications specific to their system if they need to, but the overall main set is the same.
Okay. Are these protocols sort of step-by-step processes?
I mean, they're listed that way, but they're listed as more of a guideline. So the way protocols are worded in the protocols is we design them in an algorithmic format, but that's really kind of that's not how calls are approached because patients don't follow a particular algorithm that way. So sometimes you have to bounce around within an algorithm or bounce around within a protocol. So we tell the paramedics in the protocols that these are guidelines to follow that represent kind of best practice. And that if you need to deviate, it really needs to be based upon, a good sound clinical judgment reason why you're doing so.
Now, with regards to the ketamine protocol in particular, was there a written test that the paramedics who took that training had to take?
I believe so. Test sounds like a really long thing. I believe at the end of the training, there was, not the training, part of the rollout, there would be like some sort of a knowledge quiz assessment. That could be sort of like 5 questions, just kind of highlighting the main key points you want to do. But I don't know exactly when that was undertaken. The training and the rollout of the protocols was separated by a couple months, I think, because we couldn't get the medication for a while. So I think the protocols didn't go live until like September, October, roughly. And I think the training was in June.
Okay. And with regards specifically to the ketamine testing, was that a longer test that was like 70 plus questions?
No, I don't know of any 70 plus question ketamine test.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I wrote that down in the wrong place. Is that longer test sort of the general school test that they take to be familiar with all the protocols?
So when a medic first clears, there's a paramedic protocol test, which is, I think it's roughly 70 plus questions. It's administered by the department. Then they get a passing score or not. That's part of their clearance process.
Okay. I'd like to talk a little bit about ketamine now. Did you go through a process in order to get approval or a waiver for AFR to use ketamine in the field?
Yes.
And was AFR granted that waiver to use ketamine in the field?
Yes.
Were they only allowed to use it pursuant to the one protocol for it that you established?
Yeah, yes, correct.
Okay. Now, were the paramedics specifically trained on that protocol as part of the rollout?
I believe that was in the training PowerPoint as far as the indications for the medication, yes.
Okay. Was it Travis Chambers who provided that training?
I believe he did. I can't be for certain if he did all the sessions. He was the lead paramedic, I think, who developed the PowerPoint. I know the sessions I attended at the beginning of the rollout process, he was the instructor for it. I can't be for certain if he did every single session or not, but I believe he did.
Okay. Did you and he work together to develop that training PowerPoint?
Yeah, he sent me some stuff, some drafts of the thing, and I gave him some information back and forth about things we wanted to add to the protocol.
Now
to the training.
Was Aurora Fire Rescue supposed to keep track of all the paramedics that attended that training so that they could use ketamine in the field?
Yeah, there's a sign-in process, and the departments keep track of their training logs.
Okay. Was that training labeled as EMS-2 so that they could track it in their system?
That's not in my, I think that's possibly correct, but I don't have a direct knowledge of it.
Now, did you sit in on one of those, I guess you said one or two of those EMS2 presentations on ketamine?
I did.
Judge, I'm
Did
not
you-
told The testimony was he wasn't sure if it was the EMS too, but he sat in on training.
That's true. Sustained.
Now, Dr. Hill, do you remember doing an interview a few weeks back with a couple of individuals from my office?
A couple weeks back,
Or a month or so? I don't remember when it was.
yes, I did do an interview with your department. I don't remember when it was.
Okay. Could we show just to the witness, please? Bates page 47, 827. Oh. One second, I'll pull it up. All right, Your Honor, permission to approach the witness for the purposes of refreshment with what's Bates snapped 47, 827.
He may.
Yeah, I think it's still consistent. I can clarify, but I think it's consistent what I said.
So during that meeting, did they show you a copy of the ketamine training PowerPoint that I was asking about here?
During the meeting with your AG's office?
Yeah.
No, we had a problem. I couldn't get, I was on a phone device and that did not share it on the meeting, so I did not see it on that meeting.
Okay. Now, during the course of that meeting, did you guys talk about the ketamine training that was provided in June of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. And were they asking you about a June 2018 training called EMS-2 by Aurora Fire?
Yeah, there is an EMS-2 training listed in the training records that just says, I believe the way they titled it was medication admin, and then there was one that said like respiratory / CAPNO or something, which is why I believe that probably is the training, but we didn't title it EMS-2, so I don't, but when I said I don't know for sure, I just didn't title it that way, so I don't know how the department titled it.
Okay. So am I understanding correctly that from the context that it was a medication training and that it involved pulse and CAPNO, that you think that that was the training, but you don't know for sure the title of it?
Yes.
Now, when you were sitting in on those ketamine training sessions, did you confirm that the training that was being provided was the same as the training that you had approved and helped develop?
To my best of my recollection, I do not recall hearing anything in the training that was outside of what was on the slide. So I think I would have noted that and gone and talked to them afterwards, but I don't recall anything.
Yeah. I mean, I imagine you do a lot of these protocol trainings in one area or another. Is that fair?
Yes.
Are they kind of formulaic where the presenters sort of stick to the script usually?
I don't know how to answer that.
That's fair. Now, was completion of that ketamine training required before any paramedics could use ketamine in the field?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to show just to the witness, please, Exhibit 219, the agitated patient protocol. Dr. Hill, is this the agitated or combative patient protocol that you approved?
It does look like it. I can't be certain on the year of it, but I believe that's correct.
And go ahead and take a look at that. Does it appear to be consistent with the protocol that was in place in 2019?
I do believe so.
And does it appear to be a fair and accurate copy of that?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of People's Exhibit 219.
Objections or questions, 219?
Mr. Cooper?
No objection, Your Honor.
219 may be admitted.
Could we show now just to the witness, please, Exhibit 208? Now, Dr. Hill, does this appear to be a copy of the restraint protocol that was in place back in 2019?
I believe it would be.
And go ahead and take a close look at it and let me know if that appears to be a fair and accurate copy of the restraint protocol that was in place in 2019.
I believe it is.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of Exhibit 208.
Questions or objections?
The only question I would have is is there any place in here that references the year? I'm sensing hesitation. Is it because we don't know the exact year these protocols get changed?
It's because the date on the protocols is on the front of the set and the individual pages aren't tagged that way. So out of context sometimes, it might be hard for me to identify just based on this. I don't recall making a change around that time period, but that's what I mean by I don't have a clear date on the document.
And with that explanation, Judge, I don't have an objection.
On behalf of Mr. Cichuniec?
No objection.
Right. 208 may be admitted.
And then could we show to the witness, please, Exhibit 225? And Dr. Hill, is this the medications protocol that also talks about ketamine from 2019?
Yes, it is.
Does it appear to be a fair and accurate copy of that protocol?
Yes.
And move for admission of Exhibit 225.
No objection?
No objection.
225 may be admitted.
That's all the questions I have for you, Doctor. Thank you.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hill.
Good afternoon.
So I want to just go back a little bit and talk to you. You're rather humble. Can you explain to the jury a little bit about your credentialing? How did you come to become the medical director of Aurora? What's your medical history and training?
So I kind of entered EMS in 1995 as a firefighter EMT. This was in Boulder County. I worked in fire EMS for about 7 years, kind of going the progressions of EMT through paramedic, became a firefighter, everything from volunteer to full-time paid. That was my kind of introduction to EMS and pre-hospital medicine. After 9/11, I got into medical school like a few months after that. And so I had to make a decision about what I was gonna do with my career. So I switched plans. I actually joined the Army and spent 7 years in the Army after medical school. So I went to medical school in LSU. And then I went to, after completion, I went 3 years in the Army, 3 years in residency training at Brooke Army Medical Center in San Antonio. And then I did 4 years active duty after that with the 10th Mountain Division and a couple other places. I left the Army in 2013, came back to Colorado, and I've been working as a doc in Aurora for 10 plus years. I was able, when I came back, I'd been kind of out of the, working mostly with soldiers and combat medics. And so I hadn't had a chance to do like civilian EMS stuff for a number of years, but I was fortunate enough to kind of get into a spot where I could do some mentoring and teaching for some paramedics again at my old paramedic school that I went to here in Denver. And then that led to some of the I-70 agencies that are the east of Aurora. I became their medical director in 2014. And then I continued to work in various aspects of EMS for those agencies as well as the hospital. And then in 2017, I became the medical director for the city.
And how many areas are you the medical director for in Colorado?
Right now, 6.
Okay. And in that regard, am I understanding you oversee the protocols for each individual agency that has paramedics that you're the medical director for?
Not just paramedics, but any EMS provider, EMT, paramedic, AMT, they're all the same.
Okay. And when you are looking to establish protocols, what are things you're looking at? What are your focus for your EMTs and your paramedics?
So I think we look at a lot of different things. One, for the most part, we use the kind of combined set from the Denver Metro group, which I've worked with that group since 2014. I think a lot of it is based upon, what is the need in the field? What is the best practice that we have based upon best medical science, best evidence? And then we also look at things like, fiscal feasibility, those sorts of things too, because if something is cost prohibitively unable to be performed, you can't put that into a protocol necessarily when we don't afford it. So that's really how we decide it. We constantly, the protocol deck has existed, I think, since probably the 80s. And it just continually gets revamped over time. And so every 6 months, this doc group meets every couple months for several hours and goes through the protocol sets. And we decide which protocols we need to adjust, update based upon new evidence, new clinical trials, those sorts of things.
And we use this term protocols. And I have my mind as to what I think of that. But what do you mean when you use the term protocol?
A protocol would just be a treatment algorithm, a treatment guideline for an individual condition. So for instance, if I have someone's complaining of chest pain, I would go to a chest pain protocol and it would kind of outline what acts we want the paramedics, EMTs, EMS providers to accomplish in that chest pain protocol.
Okay. So when you are setting forth protocols, I heard you also say you do trainings then on them. What is the idea of how a paramedic is, or let's say an EMT first, how do they know, how are you training them in terms of going through all these protocols and figuring out what applies?
Can I ask you to repeat the question?
Sure.
Lost there.
So we have a bunch of protocols, fair to say over 100 protocols, correct?
Yeah, there's 170 pages of protocols, but there's a lot of protocols in there, yes.
Okay. So if I'm an EMT or I'm a paramedic and I've got all these Rolodex in my mind, what is the training set forth in terms of what are they trained on to figure out which protocols? How are they trained to handle that?
Okay. So part of it just comes out their core training. So every paramedic EMT has to go through a approved training program, pass a written exam, pass a practical exam. That gives you the kind of core foundation of how to treat someone, how to evaluate someone, those sorts of things. From there, paramedics and really emergency medicine in general, they're very pattern. We look for patterns in a lot of things because a lot of the data points that we look for to help, like in an emergency department, if I've got a lot of data points, a lot of lab values, that helps me to kind of fine tune my diagnosis. Initially, a lot of it's just based upon subjective information we get, objective information we see or examine, those sorts of things. So we have limited data points. So we look for pattern recognition. What are we seeing? Does this fit a particular pattern that we've been trained on? And then do we take action on that?
Gotcha. And when maybe this seems like a obvious question, but You talked about your education and training. So to become a doctor to the degree you were at, was it 4 years of undergrad?
Yes, I have 4 years undergraduate, yes.
And then how long is medical school?
Another 4 years,
How long is residency?
3 years.
Okay. And then I heard at least 2 board certifications. Is that correct?
Correct. I did not do a fellowship, but the board certification for EMS, there was a practice pathway that closed in 2019. But if you've been a medical director for long enough and done enough stuff, you were eligible to sit for the board exam. So I was able to do the grandfather pathway through the practice pathway, but having been a medical director for 6 years.
Okay. So additional testing beyond that to become certified in these areas. So with respect to an EMT, how much education is their current, or in 2019, what would their education requirements have been?
The numbers, I believe, are maybe 350. I mean, it's a few hundred hours of training, roughly.
350 hours is an estimate.
Roughly, yeah.
And that's between classroom and field clinicals?
I think it's all encompassing, yes.
How about a paramedic in 2019?
I believe it would be between 1,600 to 1,700
Okay.
hours.
And again, between classroom and clinicals?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm terrible at math, so if I was to estimate the 4 plus floor plus 3 plus 2 boards, any estimate on hours?
The estimates from most physician organizations are that physicians have between 15 to 18,000 hours of supervised clinical education.
15 to 18,000 hours. And then you have all your clinicals as well.
Yeah, well, yes, you have your years of training kind of in a supervised practice with a senior physician.
Okay. And the 3 years of residency really hammers that home.
Yeah, the 3 years, they call it residency because you spend 100 hours a week in the hospital.
Under the supervision of somebody else watching you.
Yes.
Okay. It sounds like that was fun.
I enjoyed it.
Good. When you started looking at the protocol for ketamine, I heard you use the term waiver. Can you explain to the jury what is a waiver? What is that terminology? What is that?
Okay, so in Colorado, the way the scope of practice is defined for paramedics is under a certain document. It's under CCR 1015-3, Chapter 2. And so what that does is it has a ceiling model. So every act allowed, every medication allowed is in that document. And that really defines kind of the EMS system of Colorado. So the training expectations of paramedics, EMTs, what their scope is, what the acts allowed are in there. Anything outside of that acts allowed has to have a waiver of approval. So a physician can't just say, well, I want my agency to start doing, whatever, whatever kind of new thing that's out there that we want to start trying this. You actually, in Colorado, you have to apply through the state of Colorado to get approval to do that. And as we call it a waiver, it's a waivered act or waivered medication.
So with respect to the agitated combative protocol, did you have to get a waiver for that?
No.
Okay. So it was with respect to the ketamine you had to get a waiver?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury why'd you do that?
So in the 2017, we'd had about a year and a half. We were seeing a lot of cases of very highly agitated manic patients that were getting maximum doses of the midazolam, which is the Versed medication. And they were coming into the ERs and they were completely uncontrolled. This was primarily due, I think, to some substances that were circulating in the system for some drug abuse. And so we looked at, okay, what's out there that's better that we can use, because midazolam was not working. So there's a few other classes of drugs that could be used. One's called Haldol or haloperidol, which is an antipsychotic medication. That medication would not have required a waiver, but that medication takes roughly 15 to 18 minutes to work from the time you give it. So when we looked at what agencies in Colorado were doing, ketamine was a medication that had been waivered for going on 8 to 10 years, roughly, in the state of Colorado. I think we were the last metro agency installed that did not use it. And so I asked the various other medical directors, like, what's your clinical experience been with this? How has it worked? We knew from just the safety medication of the medication in general in my own clinical practice that the medication was very effective and works well. And also other EMS agencies had reported very good success with it. At the time in 2018, I think there was over 100 waivers in Colorado for EMS agencies to use that medication. So that's why we decided to pursue that medication.
So I want to unpack that a little bit. Midazolam, am I saying that correctly?
Midazolam.
Midazolam.
It's called Versed.
Versed. We've heard that term. What is Versed?
It's a benzodiazepine. So the closest thing people would be attributed with like Valium. It's a benzodiazepine.
Okay. And does it have pros and cons to it?
Yes.
Okay. What are those?
On the pro side, it does calm agitation.
Response.
Judge, I believe the people went into waivers and we're unpacking how we get to waivers and why we get to waivers. I'm happy to have Dr. Hill qualified as an expert, as a medical director and emergency medicine doctor and somebody who uses these medications and seeks waivers.
Sustaining the objection.
Is the court not allowing us to qualify him?
I just sustained the objection.
So the defense is moving to qualify Dr. Hill as an expert in emergency medicine, as a medical director, and in the area of waivers and the medications at issue in terms of ketamine and the related medications that were being replaced.
That was not a disclosed expert designation from the defense. I'm objecting to any expert testimony as being so direct. Subject to what their actual endorsement was. It's testimony from their time in their case, they're welcome to expert testimony now. Definition beyond scope.
Judge, I'm happy to withdraw it and we'll recall him in our case and I'll move along.
Okay.
So Dr. Hill, we'll circle back to that later. With respect to the waiver that was sought, if my understanding correctly that you said that in Colorado at the time you sought the waiver, ketamine was already approved for 8 to 10 years in Colorado? It had been approved?
That's what I was told. I don't have direct knowledge of it. That's what I was told from CDPHE, that roughly 8 years that have been in existence for the state.
Okay. And that there had been a lot of other agencies that had sought the waiver?
I was told it was over 100.
Okay. So based on your personal knowledge and use of ketamine, and based on your personal experience with the use of ketamine, and based on the information that you had obtained from talking with other medical directors, you sought the waiver?
Correct.
Okay. And was it approved?
Yes.
Okay. After the medication waiver was approved for ketamine, did it get folded into this protocol?
Correct. We received the waiver, I believe, spring 2018. We went through the training process a few months after that. And then the protocols rolled out a couple months after that.
Okay. So you get the waiver, establish the trainings, and then hold some trainings to make sure that your crews know how to handle this medication.
Correct.
Okay. And I heard you say something about that there was a delay with medication. What was that?
At the time, there was a lot of back orders of medications in this country. There still exists today, but ketamine specifically was back ordered for months and months. Falk did not get their supply until I want to say it was maybe October or September of 2018. I think AFR didn't get their supply until like mid 2019. No, later than that. I think it was fall 2019.
Fall 2019.
Yeah.
Okay. So in the interim, there was a delay, then Falk got it, and then a year later or so, AFR got it.
Correct. Yeah, they were existing under the same waiver and same protocol.
Sure.
But the medication was only able to be purchased by Falk for that first year.
Okay. And I heard you talk a little bit about when a paramedic wants to deviate or an EMT wants to deviate from a protocol, they had to call a base physician. Do you remember those kind of questions and answers?
Yes.
Can you explain that a little bit? What are you meaning by that to the jury? How does that look?
So if a medic wants to get approval to do something that clearly they don't see a clear indication in their kind of standardized guideline protocols, they're supposed to call a physician-based contact hospital to discuss it with the physician, to see if that physician says, yes, I think this is appropriate use of the medication, and they will give them the order verbally to do so.
Okay, great. Judge, can we approach for a second?
Yes. All right, I'm gonna take a break for a mid-afternoon break for the jury. Recall, don't form or express any opinions or discuss the case even amongst yourselves. Do no independent research and avoid any press coverage. We'll see you back in 15 to 20 minutes. Dr. Hill's on the witness stand, still under oath. Folks, I just want to let you know that sometimes in the afternoon, it's particularly after you have lunch, it can be difficult to pay close and careful attention to everything that's going on. If you feel the need, I don't think it would bother anybody if you just need to stand up and stretch or something of that nature. If you're starting to feel like you're stuck in your seat and getting a little weary. So with that, you may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Hill, I was so close before the break. I only have a couple more questions. You were talking about the efficacy of ketamine and it being approved across the state prior to you seeking it for AFR, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say you would not have sought a waiver for any medication you believed would be unsafe?
Correct.
That's a lot of double negatives in there. So let me ask it in a positive. Did you believe ketamine was a safe medication for your paramedics to be giving?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to be sure I understand it. If I'm a paramedic out on the street and I'm running through my protocols and I observe my patterns and I think I'm on a protocol that calls for ketamine, which the only one was the one we saw, the agitated combative patient, correct? Is that the only one that called for ketamine?
Yes, ketamine, the only protocol it was listed for is the agitated combative patient for the excited delirium indication.
Okay, so the agitated combative patient kind of at the top, and only if you go down the right side, as we're looking at it, if you go down the excited delirium side.
Correct.
So if I'm recognizing those patterns and I believe that's where I'm at, then I don't have to call to administer ketamine because it's what's set forth in the protocol, correct?
Correct. It was listed as a standing order approved use for those indications.
Okay. So if I was on a scene and let's say, oh my gosh, ambulance, whatever happened, and it's a half an hour out, if I wanted to use something different that I could get, I would have had to call and get authorization.
Correct. If you're treating something and you're trying to use a medication that's not listed for what you're trying to treat, you should try to make all efforts to try to get the medical director approval for that indication.
And if I can just make certain, I don't have any further questions for you at this time, but our subpoena stays in place. So we'll see you later.
Understood.
Mr. Goddard?
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Hill, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Just a couple brief questions for you. You were asked some questions on direct about the Aurora EMS protocols and asked to identify a couple of exhibits. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you some additional questions about the protocols and ask you about an additional protocol. First and foremost, you indicated that those protocols are developed by the Denver Metro group. Did I hear that?
Yes. We call ourselves the Denver Metro EMS Medical Directors Group.
Okay. So that group consists of doctors?
Yes.
And not only doctors, but doctors who serve as medical directors like yourself?
Correct.
Are there, to your knowledge, are there any medical agencies in the Denver metro area that are not represented in that group?
If there are, they're very small, like maybe single systems. All the major departments are in there.
And did I hear you testify that there's like roughly 26 medical directors involved in that group?
Roughly.
Okay. Fair to say those 26 medical directors represent the vast majority of EMS operations in the Denver metro area.
It represents probably nearly all medical directors in the Denver metro area.
Okay. And I think you testified, they've been doing this for about 30 years.
I mean, when I was a paramedic in the mid 90s, they were in existence then. So I believe it goes back into the early 80s.
Where were you a paramedic in the 90s?
Primarily Boulder County. I did a little bit of work in Weld County, but mostly in the Boulder County, Broomfield area.
How long were you a paramedic?
I was an EMT from 96 to 99, paramedic from 99 to 2002, and then I left the medical school in 2002.
Okay. So prior to going to medical school, you were an EMT and then a paramedic?
Correct.
Okay. Now you indicated that those protocols are updated about every 6 months. Is that right?
That's true.
Okay. And the protocols, so that you have the Denver Metro group protocols, and then the individual agencies are allowed or sometimes tailor those to their specific agencies. Is that right?
That's true.
I imagine they're encouraged not to deviate too much when they tailor those.
Yeah, we tried not to. If you have 26 physicians all agreeing about a particular approach to a condition, that really is your standard of care for that area, because they are the experts in that area. So standard of care is really a regional approach, like what Denver standard of care is, not what like the Western Slope standard of care is, because they have different needs, different issues. So when that group does that, and we say, yes, we think this is the appropriate approach, appropriate protocol for this, we try not to adjust individual protocols without really good reason. So most of the changes we do are typically like a different process that agency may have. For example, in Aurora, we have like a alternative disposition for like a detox or a mental health clinic. Those are unique to our system, not part of the Denver Metro wide. We just added them in for that reason.
Okay. So for example, one of the unique things about, well, I don't know if it's unique about Aurora, or if it's unique about Denver, but if you compare Aurora to Denver, Denver has its own, their ambulance service is through Denver Health, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In Aurora, you have the Falk ambulance service. Is that right?
It's true.
Okay. But firefighters from the Aurora Fire Rescue are also paramedics as well, correct?
That is true.
And so in 2019, you were not only the medical director for Aurora Fire Rescue, but you were also the medical director for the Falk ambulance service, correct?
True.
So in 2019, both AFR and Falk would have shared the same EMS protocols?
That's correct.
Okay. And I think you had indicated when you were asked some questions about the people's exhibits that were admitted on your direct examination, that there was some question about the years, because the year isn't indicated on the individual protocol, it's indicated on the face sheet. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, that was
okay.
True.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with what's been marked Bates, page S15199 through S15205. And for the record, I'm opposing counsel.
You may approach.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, I just slid you 7 pages representing those Bates numbers. Can you take a look at those pages, familiarize yourself with them, and let me know if you recognize them?
Yes, I do.
What did I hand you?
This is the first several pages of the Aurora EMS protocols that were issued in the summer of 2019.
Okay. And on the bottom of the document, there's a series of what we refer to as Bates numbers. Do you see those in sequential order there?
Yes.
Okay. Is there also a table of contents in those 7 pages that I handed you?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to pay particular attention to the page Bates labeled 15205. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Does it also bear an additional label, an exhibit label that says Defendant's Exhibit A is an atom?
It does.
Okay. What is that page?
Response.
Well, it's not beyond the scope. They called this witness to introduce the AFR protocols. They elected not to introduce this protocol, but certainly it's within the scope of the testimony of Dr. Hill about the protocols that were in place in the summer of 2019. Doctor, what has been labeled as Defense Exhibit A?
It's protocol 0010, which is the general guidelines introduction protocol.
Okay. And based on the Bates number sequence on the bottom, can you tell what year this protocol is from?
I believe it's the referring to the button numbers on the bottom of the page. I believe it's the 2019 protocol 0010.
Does Defense Exhibit A fairly and accurately depict what you knew to be the protocol, the general guidelines and introduction protocol 0010 in 2019?
It does.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point in time, I would ask to admit Defense Exhibit A. Just the one page, not the...
Questions or objections that haven't already been stated?
None that haven't been stated, Your Honor.
All right, Defense Exhibit A will be admitted.
And Your Honor, permission to publish Defense Exhibit A to the jury?
You may.
Judge, I would object to that conversation of this totally different protocol and a subject. Dr. Hill is coming back already, and something there they came.
Response.
It's not a different subject. I believe he testified that the protocols are general guidelines, and that's what this protocol says.
And Judge, if that was true, that would go over to every single protocol on every subject just because we asked him to introduce ketamine protocols.
Due to the fact he's subject to recall, there's really no context for it because the jury hasn't been shown the other exhibits and protocols yet, so the court will sustain the objection.
Objection to me publishing, objection to me, okay. I just want to make sure clear what the objection was. Doctor, just a couple more questions. When you were on direct, the prosecution asked you a question about off-label or off-protocol uses of medication. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
I just want to make sure we're all clear as to what you understand those terms to be. So the term off-label, what does that mean to you?
I mean, as a physician, it's really referring to if we're using a medication outside of a particular FDA indication. So like the FDA, when they approve a drug, they would say this is approved for like treatment of pneumonia. But if I felt that this particular medication is good also for the treatment of a skin infection, then I could use that. It's called off-label use.
Okay. And so I think you testified that ketamine in 2019, under the 2019 protocols for AFR, was only authorized for use in the agitated combative patient protocol showing signs of excited delirium. Did I understand that correctly?
That is true.
So if a paramedic was using ketamine to treat what they believed was symptoms of excited delirium, that would not be an off-label use, would it?
No.
Okay. You were also asked a question about off-protocol uses. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What is your understanding of what off-protocol uses mean?
So if you're operating, let's say, just take a different protocol, let's say like an abdominal pain protocol. And if you decided you wanted to give this patient something that was nowhere listed on that paper saying this is an approved use of that medication, that would be an off-protocol use.
Okay. And so just to be clear again, if a paramedic believed that they were treating somebody with symptoms of excited delirium per the protocol, administering ketamine would not be off protocol. Is that fair?
Objection relevance as to their subjective belief and also objection calls for under off protocol and some that
It doesn't require expert opinion. The prosecution asked him about off-label, off-protocol uses. He explained what an off-protocol use, and I'm trying to clarify whether or not well, it doesn't call for expert opinion, and I forget the first part of the objection. I think it was relevant, so it's in direct response to direct examination, so it is relevant.
I'll allow you to rephrase the question concerning the use of the particular substance versus whether a protocol is filed or is followed.
Fair enough, thank you. If a paramedic uses the substance ketamine for the purpose that's called for in the protocol, would you consider that an off-protocol use?
No.
Thank you, doctor. That's all I have for you.
Redirect.
Doctor, sort of staying on this discussion of things that are not specifically accounted for in the protocols. On cross-examination, you were asked about deviating from those protocols and calling back. And I think you said if you don't see a clear indication that something is provided for in the protocols, you're supposed to call back to the physician in order to understand what to do. Is that accurate?
Yeah, there's a protocol in the protocols that specifically addresses kind of a base contact physician when you do that. The idea being is that if, I'll give you a for example, if that helps clarify it. Like if you were treating someone that had like horrible back spasms, okay, like their back's all locked up and you felt that maybe giving them a benzodiazepine, which it does have smooth muscle relaxant properties, would help them. That's not listed as an indication use for benzodiazepines in our protocols. So in that situation, you would want to call back and get a physician to approve that use because it's not clearly listed as an indication for us.
Okay. You were also asked whether you would have sought the waiver and approved the protocol for ketamine if you believed ketamine was unsafe. You answered that you thought it was safe. Did you mean by that that you think ketamine is just safe for anybody to use in any circumstance?
No.
Did you mean that you thought it was safe when used, when called for on the protocols?
It was.
What did you mean by that, that you would have only approved the protocol if you thought that it was safe?
It means that it's safe for use by paramedics in their scope of practice.
And by scope of practice, do you mean in accordance with the protocol?
In terms, I just mean that like with their ALS skill sets that they have, that's an appropriate medication for their level of training and skill sets.
And so can you unpack the difference between what you're saying and what I'm saying? Does that mean in accordance with the protocol, or you answered in accordance with their advanced life support skill sets? What's the difference between those?
So when you ask about safety, I looked at, for instance, if it's a medication that's completely out of their ability to manage or handle, then I would say that's outside of their scope. Maybe a thrombolytic agent, something for strokes or something that's really unique. But ketamine, like they have the appropriate training for that particular medication. And then, if they're using it, so then the second part would be the protocol aspect. If they're using it for what we said that they can use it for, which in this case is, presumed excited delirium, then that would be an appropriate use of that medication.
Okay. Are you saying that they've got the right training to use ketamine?
Yes,
And if they follow that training, it would be safe?
yes.
That's all I have for you, Dr. Hill. Thank you.
Subject to defense subpoenas, may the witness be excused.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Right, you may step down. Thank you. All right, I think I've mentioned this in a number of different situations, but when I used to practice as a litigator, either on one side or the other, before I became a judge, one of the most difficult things that I encountered was arranging witnesses. Because you do your best to estimate how long a witness is going to be on the witness stand and then try to have them here at an appropriate time. But that does not always work out, and I kind of compare it to a little bit like trying to herd cats. So here we are. We don't have a witness that's available right at the moment, but I'm thinking in 20 minutes we're going to have another witness here to testify in about 5 minutes until 4 o'clock, and then we'll go in all likelihood until shortly before 5. So I might suggest, if you feel like it, go down and stretch your legs in the courtyard. My understanding is it's kind of nice outside today, so it might be a comfortable experience. So we'll see you back in about 20 minutes. Don't form or express any opinions, discuss the case, do no research, and avoid press. The jurors have stepped out. You may be seated if you wish. The court will be in recess. 6. We have the, just for introduction purposes, the people's next witness.
Sergeant Dale Leonard, Your Honor.
All right, if you raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give this matter will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated, and if you could state your first and last name, and please spell your last name.
It's Dale Leonard. Last name is Leonard.
Your witness.
Your Honor. Sir, could you please explain to the jury what you do for a living?
Excuse me?
Could you please explain to the jury what you do for a living?
I'm a sergeant with the Aurora Police Department.
How long have you been with the Aurora Police Department?
At this time, a little over 20 years.
And how long as a sergeant?
I'm a little over about 7 years, I guess, right now.
Could you tell the jury just briefly what some of your duties as a sergeant are?
As a patrol sergeant, your duties vary. We monitor the calls for service. We look at the priorities of those calls. We help with the distribution of officers to handle calls. We often go on those calls to supervise the officers, particularly if it's something that's more of a high priority call. Just as a supervisory mode, we often have to go on all the critical incidents. Obviously, we go to those kind of things. My response is generally to anything that's a high priority.
Okay. Does the Aurora Police Department often interact with Aurora Fire and Rescue?
Daily, almost nearly every call.
When both AFR and APD are dealing with a patient, how are the responsibilities split up?
As the police, often we're there, we're more mobile. We often get there first. Often we have to assess if there's injuries or not. We determine if there is injuries or someone says they're injured, we ask for fire to respond. We often, our primary goal is scene safety, and then also the safety of all the people that are on scene and officers as well.
Okay. So Aurora Police are in charge of scene safety. What part are the fire department in charge of?
Their primary, when we call them for, it's generally for some kind of a medical emergency or some kind of a medical treatment of some sort.
Okay. Now, do APD officers get medical training?
We have almost none.
Does APD provide any training back in 2019 on ketamine?
No.
Prior to August 24th, 2019, did you even know what ketamine was used for?
I don't recall even, I mean, I'd heard it or heard about it. You know, it's not something I'm familiar with or that I use or even have anything to do with.
Now, I'd like to talk about those events back on August 24th of 2019. When you are first coming up to the scene, were you the first officer there besides the three initial contact officers, Redema, Rosenblatt, and Woodyard?
I was.
When you came up to the scene, was Mr. McClain restrained on the ground?
Yes.
Was he handcuffed?
He was.
Did he appear to be securely restrained to you?
Yes.
Did you get some information from the officers about what had happened before you got there?
I did.
Is that pretty normal for you?
Yes.
Now, when you got there, was Mr. McClain still talking and vocalizing?
He was.
Now, if we could please play Exhibit 106, starting at 22:46:32. Oh, I'm sorry, starting at 22:46:41.
Judge, I'm going to object to the playing of the video. I don't think there's been a question.
Well, I'll allow, and then we'll deal with the questions.
All right, go ahead.
We had to use carotid.
Now, do you hear Mr. McClain explaining who he is, what he's doing?
Yes, you can hear him.
Let's just continue.
I bet you burn. I'm different.
He come out? He's out? Was he out?
Yeah.
I heard some snoring. He wasn't completely. He didn't lose consciousness.
Yeah.
Trying to get my gun.
Do you have any understanding of what Mr. McClain meant by I'm just different, that's all?
I can hear it now, but at the time I was primarily focused on what the officers were trying to tell me.
Okay. So you didn't have any extra information about what he meant by that?
Not necessarily, no.
It was actually Rosenblatt.
You reached for your gun, dude. I have no gun. That's where I tried for it. I don't do that stuff. I don't do any fighting.
Other units that are not here,
Why?
they can slow it down a little bit.
I don't move guns. I don't even kill flies. I don't eat meat.
Sergeant, does it appear to you that Mr. McClain was responding to what the officers were saying around him?
Objection, leading.
Response.
Yes.
Suggest an answer.
Overruled.
Sorry, so I need you to, if they object, just wait until the judge
Okay.
rules and then. So did it appear to you that he was responding to what the officers were saying?
Yes.
Did it make sense to you?
Yes.
Now, after this passage that we walked right here, did you have some command responsibilities you had to take care of?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what you were doing then after this?
So my job that evening, I was the only sergeant working in my district. And I was also what we call the watch commander. So we didn't have usually I have one more supervisor above me that works on scene. Works during my shift, but that night I was actually doing double role. So I was also having to contact my superior who was actually on the other side in a different district who was on a homicide. And I realized that I quickly needed to let him know what was going on in this scene.
Okay. Did you come back to the scene and approach Mr. McClain again?
I did.
Let's start with Exhibit 107, Sergeant's camera, starting at 22:50:23.
Hey man, are you on any drugs tonight, man?
What's up? Your cell phone?
Talk to me, okay?
The iPhone?
What kind of drugs have you been taking, man? What kind of drugs did you take tonight? What kind of drugs did you take tonight? We need to know, okay?
Good, brother. You're not in trouble. Sorry about that.
We need to know what you were taking because we need to try to get you treated, okay? Are you listening to me, man? I'm asking you what kind of drugs you were taking tonight.
Are we watching your camera here?
That's my body cam, I believe. Yes.
What were you doing with regards to Mr. McClain there?
Well, I wanted to make contact with him, see what kind of state he was in. And so I could relay that information to the firemen when they showed up.
Okay. Why are you asking him questions like that? Like, what are you on? How you doing stuff?
I'm just trying to assess where he's at, what kind of state he's still in. I just want to be able to give the information to the firemen so that they know what to do and they can treat him when they get there.
Okay. Are you trying to communicate anything to Mr. McClain while you're doing that?
Well, I'm trying to provide at least some emotional or some sort of empathy, some kind of care for him.
Yeah. Why did you think that was important?
That's just how I always do my job. That's the kind of person I am.
Do you find that that's successful when you build that emotional rapport with people, even when they're in custody?
Yes.
Leading.
Response.
I didn't suggest an answer, so it's not leading.
Overruled.
Do you find that to be helpful?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury why?
Well, I've been doing this job a long time, and I often find by building some rapport, it actually helps people calm down, makes them more cooperative with us, often makes things just go a lot better on scene.
Okay. Did you get down pretty close to Mr. McClain and his family?
I was very close to him.
Did you feel safe doing that?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury why you felt it was safe to get down so close to him?
Because he was secured. He was in the rescue position. He was in handcuffs. An officer was holding his arm down. So we were basically just holding the scene till fire got there.
Did you have concerns about his medical condition at this early time?
I was beginning to, yes.
Yeah. Was that pretty visually obvious to you?
And I can also tell by my voice.
What do you mean by that?
I'm aware of when I'm watching this that at that time I could tell that I was starting to get anxious about the situation.
Like you can tell the change in your own tone of voice versus what it would normally be?
Correct.
Now, it looks like you're maybe looking down the street here. Is that what you're doing?
That looks like that's southbound, yes.
Okay. Were you looking for the fire engine or did you see it arrive?
I was assessing, trying to see if they were perhaps coming up Black Hawk or, I was basically looking to see if they were nearby or coming into the scene, yes.
Okay. At some point in time, did you figure out where the fire engine had parked at? Roughly.
Well, eventually, I actually give them directions, like the second or third time I get on the radio, I actually give them directions on where to come in because I can tell that my officers have parked cars blocking the route in off of Blackhawk. So I had got on the radio and said, hey, to tell them to come down Montview, which is just north of us, and it wasn't blocked. So I'd given dispatch instructions for fire to come in a better way than coming up this street, which we had a lot of police cars.
Okay. Did they end up following your advice to come in the north side?
I believe so, yes.
And was that the ambulance who came in from the north side to park next to Mr. McClain?
They both do, but the fire truck gets there first.
Do you know about how far away the fire truck was from Mr. McClain?
I don't think I'm cognizant of where the fire truck was, no.
Right. I'd like to talk about when the firefighters first show up on the scene. Let's resume Sergeant Leonard's camera starting at 52 minutes and 14 seconds.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
You reached for Rosie's gun, dude, so.
Oh, what do you want to repeat?
Just contact her and get why we're here. The best.
So,
Yeah.
all he said is the same thing that's in the notes, that he saw a guy, in a
So he was put into a carotid. He did lose consciousness. He's throwing up right now, and he's obviously on something. So, yeah.
What was the purpose of that information you were just relaying to those paramedics?
That was the information that I had on at the time on scene and was providing it to the first fireman I spoke to.
How do you know, or how do you decide what to tell the paramedics when they show up?
Just the information I'd gathered from the officers primarily,
Okay.
and how I thought he was acting, my assessment.
But did they ask you any follow-up questions?
No, I don't believe so.
Now, roughly around this time, did you start letting the rest of the APD officers know that they could leave the scene or slow down?
I think before this, we had already asked them to slow down.
Okay.
Our response as far as officers coming to the scene.
Why did you radio it out so that to the officers that they could slow down?
It's really it's a safety concern for both the officers and the public. I mean, we had enough officers on scene to control the situation. I'd given officers duties to contact any of the reporting parties or any witnesses. So I basically felt that the scene was controlled at that point. So I didn't need more people there.
Okay. Let's go on Sergeant Leonard's camera to 53 minutes and 13 seconds.
He speaks English.
Yeah, he's. You want to answer my questions?
Definitely knows something.
But we put him out. We put him out with a carotid twice.
Okay.
Well, at least once successfully.
Okay.
So stop messing around, man.
Why are you reiterating this information again to the paramedics?
Well, I'm concerned because there's nothing really happening as far as medical treatment.
Okay. Why is that concerning to you?
Because I believe this is a medical emergency, and we use a term called excited delirium, and that's what I thought I was witnessing at the time.
Okay. Now, at this point in time, were you aware of whether Mr. McClain spoke English?
I had heard him speaking, yes.
Okay. Is that why you responded yes when the paramedics asked whether he spoke it or not?
Yeah, I would just, because he was speaking to us, so I understood he was speaking English, yeah.
Okay. And when you said you were concerned that there was no medical treatment here, were you waiting for or expecting the paramedics to do something?
Yes.
Okay. Let's resume that.
You've been told several times to stop.
Can't fix myself. Ow! Just leave him there until the ambulance gets here and then we'll just put him down from there.
Hey, I know you're busy, but
Now, after we heard these vocalizations from Mr. McClain about not being able to fix himself, did the paramedics ask you any follow-up questions about what was going on with him?
I don't believe so.
Do you remember if they asked the two officers who were with Mr. McClain any questions about what had happened with him?
I don't remember seeing that or hearing that either.
Let's continue.
I need to let you know that we had a suspicious call over here on Billings. Guy's got a mask on his face, acting kind of weird. nothing really criminal. My officers go to make contact with him. He starts acting crazy. They try to go hands-on with him. He attacked them. Rosenblatt, he ended up trying to put a carotid on the guy. And actually Woodward actually was able to put the carotid on him and put him out. They were able to get him under handcuffs. We're still struggling with him. I have fire on scene, and that's where we're at. I just wanted to let you know, yeah, we did actually apply the carotid tonight, so.
Bless you. Thank you.
After Mr. McClain says, "Please help me," did you see any verbal response from the paramedics to that?
No.
After somebody just sneezed, did you see one of the paramedics say something in response to that?
I guess I didn't catch it.
Do you remember if one of the paramedics just said, "Bless you," when somebody sneezed?
Judge, I'm going to object. Mr. Slaughauer's narrating the video. Witnesses test.
Sustain.
Do you remember any audible words from the paramedics after somebody sneezed there?
I was on the phone with the captain, letting him know that's me talking to him on the telephone, so I wasn't paying attention to what, if anything else was being said.
Now, was it pretty shortly after this that they announced the decision to give Mr. McClain ketamine?
I don't even recall listening or hearing that on the scene.
At some point in time, did you notice that Mr. McClain's mask that he'd been wearing had vomit inside of it?
I did.
What did that make you think when you saw the vomit inside the mask?
That it had been a violent struggle.
Were you worried about anything based upon seeing that?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Were you worried about anything based upon seeing the vomit inside of the mask?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that was?
Well, anytime there's a violent struggle, often people will vomit. I mean, for various reasons, from the either just the exertion of it, or it could be possibly due to something that they've ingested. I mean, we don't know, but yeah, it would definitely raise concerns for me medically. Sure.
Okay. And by medically, it raised concerns for you. Do you mean you were concerned that it was a bad sign for Mr. McClain's medical condition?
Well, anytime someone struggles hard and now they're being secured, we obviously are concerned for them.
Sure, but I specifically am asking about the vomit inside of the mask. Was that a particular concern for you?
I mean, it would. Well, so the implication would be that at some point during the struggle, he still had the mask on and he threw up inside the mask. So obviously, I've already assessed that in my mind. Yes, I would have been aware of that.
Now let's resume, starting with Sergeant Leonard's camera at 57 minutes and 15 seconds. Now this is just to orient the jury after closer in time to where the ketamine is administered.
Make sure he can breathe. Keep him to the side.
He can breathe.
Okay, all right.
I just have his arm.
I understand, I understand.
Sergeant, what prompted you to say, make sure he can breathe?
Well, I am concerned. I want to keep him in the rescue position. So that's the only real treatment that we know of. That's the only thing we're trained to do. And I can still see that he's not being given any care that I can tell.
Okay. What prompted you to say, keep him on his side?
Because that's the rescue position so that they can breathe more easily, or the best way we know how to keep them. Yes.
When you say rescue position, is that sometimes also referred to as the recovery position?
Yes.
What do our APD officers trained to do with the recovery position?
Just to keep him maintained in that position.
Can you describe what the recovery position is supposed to be to the jury?
So it's keeping a person on their side and basically keeping their head directed out and not down like into the ground so that they can breathe more freely.
Now, right before you said, make sure he can breathe, were you worried that it sounded like he might have swallowed or breathed something into his lungs?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Did you have any concerns based on the sounds that Mr. McClain was making right before you said, make sure he can breathe?
Based on what I'm saying here, I obviously have concerns.
Okay. Were those concerns related to the potential that he'd swallowed or breathed something?
Judge, I object. That's leading.
Join, and it's bordering on expert testimony, Your Honor.
Well, it's not expert testimony, but it has been leading. Please rephrase your questions.
Can you describe in any more detail to the jury what your concerns were?
I don't remember exactly what I was thinking at the moment, but based on what I'm saying, I am concerned about his breathing status. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked.
All right. Now, when you say make sure he can breathe there, did the paramedics do anything different to give instructions to anybody on how to protect his airway?
Not that I know of.
Did they ask you or any of the other officers about why you said make sure you can breathe?
No.
All right, let's resume that, please.
Don't move your feet. Nope, don't do that.
So if you take his foot and angle it outwards.
Yep, yeah, works a lot
Pressure on
better.
his ankle.
Yeah, works. Except I don't think he's gonna feel anything.
What are you doing with your foot there, Sergeant?
So what he had just kicked one of my officers on the ground there. So I had just placed my foot just across one of his ankles to keep him from kicking my officer.
Now, can you describe what you mean by he kicked the officer? Was he squirming around or was he like trying to kick somebody?
It looked the same. He's squirming around and he's kicking. So yes.
Did it appear that he needed to throw up again?
I don't recall that.
Did it appear that he was still having difficulty breathing?
I just noticed that he was squirming. That's why I talked about securing his feet.
Let's go on Sergeant Leonard's camera to 58 minutes and 57 seconds.
I imagine this guy's not even going to jail tonight, based on his, there's no way he's gonna. You okay?
What did you mean by, I don't imagine he's going to jail tonight based just on his?
Well, we applied to carotid, and to us, that is absolutely a medical emergency situation. My experience in the past, we don't do the carotid hardly, very rarely. It was very rarely applied. I'd never been on a scene where we had done one in my, at that time, 17 years, 16 years of being a police officer. So, but I know our protocols, and I know that he would, no matter what was going to happen next, he's probably staying in the hospital, at least probably overnight. So I'm talking about the fact that he's probably not being arrested because he's going to be needed to be treated at the hospital.
So is that, what did you base that judgment that you thought he would need to be in the hospital all night on?
Judge, I'm gonna object. He answered it and it calls for an expert opinion at this point.
All right. The court would find it does not call for an expert opinion. It's based upon his perception and experiences, but it has been asked and answered.
Between when Mr. McClain, excuse me, between when Mr. McClain said, "I'm trying, please help me," and this point in time here, had you heard him utter any other words?
I don't recall him talking anymore.
This point in time, did he look pretty sick to you?
I think I'm concerned based on what I'm talking about at the time.
Was that pretty obvious to you?
It's obvious to me.
If we could please publish Exhibit 105, Officer Green's body-worn camera, starting at 2 minutes and 0 seconds. And let's just put it up, but don't play yet. Now, Sergeant Leonard, this position that Mr. McClain is in right here while the ketamine is being injected, is he lying on his stomach?
It appears that he is lying, yes, more on his stomach, yes.
Would you call this position prone?
That is a term that we use, yes.
Did Mr. McClain basically remain in this prone position from the period where he got ketamine until he was picked up and moved to the gurney?
Objection, leading.
Yeah, if you could just ask the questions, please. Rephrase.
Did you see Mr. McClain move out of the prone position between when the ketamine was administered and when he's moved to the gurney?
I wasn't consciously paying attention to this at the time. Obviously, in this video, I can see what's happening, but that's not what I was paying attention to at the time. I was talking with Sergeant Nunez, I believe, at the time.
Okay. Go ahead and play now.
You already talked to the RP.
We'll give that a minute or two, see if that works. And once it is, we'll go ahead. If you guys are okay with it, we'll uncuff him. We'll go up with the right arm, down with the left, and we'll just restrain everything. We'll give that a minute or two.
All right. Hey, would your,
Now, is it your understanding that the paramedics give the instruction on what to do after administration of ketamine?
As far as his medical care, yes.
And when they said they're going to give that a couple minutes, what did you interpret that to mean your officers should do? Should they be taking some sort of affirmative action?
It's their scene and they're in control of it. So I was kind of disengaged because, like I said, I would think I was having a conversation with Sergeant Nunez and preparing to go look for the witnesses that were looking out the windows. So I wasn't actually paying close attention to this part.
Okay.
Judge, given that answer, I'd move to strike the last question. So you can't testify to things he wasn't paying attention to and didn't know they happened.
Response.
Judge, I think he articulated what he was paying attention to and what he wasn't. So I don't think there's any problem with that.
What he wasn't was what was just shown on this video.
Well, the jury can determine what's on the video. The witness can testify to what he recalls. Next question.
Who knows the most about the risks to Mr. McClain after the administration of ketamine? You or fire?
Fire.
Who knows the most about the medical risks of being kept in this prone position on their stomach?
Fire.
At this point, who's in charge of this scene and making the decisions about what happens to Mr. McClain?
Fire.
Now, speaking of the fire department, at any point in time during this evening, do you remember any individuals from fire asking Mr. McClain any questions directly?
I do not.
Were your officers preventing them from asking him questions?
No.
During the entire course of this interaction, did you see any member of the fire department try to take Mr. McClain's pulse or other vitals?
No.
Were your officers preventing them from doing that?
No.
What would you have ordered if somebody from fire had said, hey, can we get some help taking this guy's pulse?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained based upon the form of the question.
Can you just explain to the jury how generally you respond to requests from the fire department for assistance with a suspect or a patient?
Objection, that's irrelevant to this particular scene.
Response.
Well, Judge, it's relevant to the course of conduct and it's relevant to the arrangement of control of the scene. And it gives the jury more specificity and understanding of how things play out between the fire department and the Aurora Police Department.
All right. Well, the court's going to sustain the objection because I expect there are a myriad of situations where the two agencies interact.
Specifically in this situation, if the Aurora Fire Department had asked for help with vitals, what would you have done?
Judge, I object. That calls for speculation again.
Join.
It's not speculation. It's what he would have done. He knows what he would have done or not done.
Sustained.
Were you trying to prevent Aurora Fire from taking vitals from Mr. McClain?
No.
Did you or your officers take any steps that would have prevented them from doing it?
No.
If you saw any of your officers preventing AFR from treating that patient, would you have stopped the officer from doing that?
Object again. It calls for speculation again.
Join.
Response.
So, Judge, this is a specific question about what would have happened if he'd seen something, and he can answer in his own understanding what he would have done. So it's not speculation.
Based upon the form of the question, the court sustains the objection.
Did you expect the fire department to try and take Mr. McClain's vitals?
Yes,
Did you want them to?
yes,
When APD and the fire department are both present on a scene, who decides what medical assessment is done of a patient?
AFR.
Who would make the decision to provide suction to a patient whose airway had stuff in it?
Fire.
Would you ever stop them from trying to do that?
No.
Now, we talked a minute ago about Mr. McClain's position after he was given the ketamine. Would you have been open to suggestions from the fire department about what to do and what position to put Mr. McClain in?
Absolutely.
Objected calls for speculation.
Going again, Your Honor.
All right, no witness testified he wasn't even paying attention at this point. Sustained.
Now, at what point in time did you refocus your attention back on Mr. McClain?
About the time after we're preparing to get him loaded up on the pram.
Okay. At that point in time, if AFR had requested any assistance from you, what would you have done?
Objection calls for speculation.
Join.
Response.
So I think that this speculation objection is misplaced. A speculation objection is something that he doesn't know the answer to. He either knows the answer to what he does, what he would do, or what he wouldn't do.
Right. Well, through the spectrum of 20/20 hindsight, the court finds under 401 and 403, it's not relevant.
So then the real question, Sergeant, I guess is, are you aware of any requests from the fire department to change Mr. McClain's position out of that prone position?
No.
Are you aware of any requests from the Aurora Fire Department to any of your officers to take any steps to save Elijah's life?
No.
That's all I have for you, Sergeant. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello, sir.
Sergeant Leonard, if that was fire's scene and they're in control of it, why would you have stepped on Elijah McClain?
Because he's kicking one of my officers.
And you're an officer, correct? A police officer?
I am.
And you're not with Aurora Fire.
That's correct. Mhm.
And when you say Elijah McClain kicked one of your officers, that was an officer who was actively holding him on the ground. Is that right?
Yes.
It was not Aurora Fire actively holding him on the ground, was it?
No.
And nobody from Aurora Fire stepped on Elijah McClain at that point in time, did they?
No.
So they weren't in control of scene security at that point in time, were they?
No.
Police were, correct?
Correct.
And police remained in control of scene security until Elijah McClain had been transferred to a gurney and put in soft restraints. Isn't that true?
It was both of us together, I believe.
Police remained in control of the scene, however, until Elijah McClain got put on that gurney and put in soft restraints. True?
Yes.
Before that, Aurora Fire was never in control of scene security, were they?
Not in control of scene security, no.
Aurora Fire doesn't have handcuffs, do they?
No.
They don't have handcuff keys to take your handcuffs off of Elijah McClain, do they?
Not that I know of.
They don't carry tasers or any objects to exert pain compliance techniques, do they, as far as you know?
No.
Police have those things, correct?
Correct.
You said in most situations, police get to the scene before Aurora Fire, correct?
Many times.
And that happened here too, right?
Correct.
You relied upon what your officers told you to transmit that information to fire when they arrived, correct?
Yes.
When you first arrived, Elijah McClain was breathing. Is that true?
Yes.
You could tell that, right?
Yes.
You didn't take a pulse from him, did you?
I did not.
You didn't get down right beside him. We saw the part on the video, but when you first arrived, you didn't get right down beside Elijah McClain, did you?
No.
Yet you could tell just from standing up and looking at him that he was breathing, correct?
Correct.
At that point, you didn't have any concerns about whether or not he was breathing, did you?
I did not.
Okay. And that was just based on your own visual assessment of him and what you could see, correct?
Yes.
You testified that you believed you were witnessing an incident of excited delirium. Is that right?
Objection, speculation, relevance, and calls for expert opinion.
This was his testimony, Judge.
That doesn't be evidence, not expert opinion.
Well, he was asking for his perception, so the court will allow him to answer.
What led you to think that?
Because I'd seen it on many other times in my career.
Okay.
I believe it to be the same or similar.
Okay. What you had seen in the past, you compared to what was going on with Mr. McClain. Is that fair to say?
Objection 401 and 403 to what was.
Judge, I'm establishing his basis for offering that testimony under 701.
Overruled.
Judge, I would object to comparison between prior instances and past instances calling for expert opinion. I also don't believe there's any basis in their training recognizing it.
I'm going into his basis for what he's already testified to as a lay opinion.
All right. Well, he testified he'd seen it before, and that's what he recognized. Move on.
Well, Your Honor, with all due respect, that's the question Mr. Slothauer objected to.
Well, he answered already.
Do you accept when officers told you he had shown superhuman strength?
I trust what my officers tell me.
Okay. When your officers told you he did a push-up with 3 of them on him, did you trust that information?
I consciously noted it. And I remembered him saying that.
Okay. They never told you that he had said numerous times he couldn't breathe, did they?
They did not.
That was not brought to your attention, was it?
No.
So you couldn't pass that on to fire, could you?
No.
And part of why when you first went up to Mr. McClain and you had no concerns about his breathing is you hadn't received that information, correct?
Correct.
You were present when Elijah McClain made these statements. I'm just different. I'm just going home. I'm sorry. I don't do that stuff. Is that right?
I was present.
You spoke it in English, correct?
Correct.
It was understandable to you, wasn't it?
On video, but not, I didn't register it at the time.
Okay. Later, when fire arrived and one of the medics asked an officer whether he spoke English, he was told he wasn't making any sense, wasn't he? The medic was told by an officer that Elijah McClain spoke English but wasn't making any sense.
What's good for the goose is good for the gander. If we're basing it on his perception, that's one question. Based upon the video, it's a different one.
Okay. Do you recall the officer making that statement, separate from the video?
At that time, I do not recall that.
I think we saw a video, you bent down and asked Elijah McClain numerous times what drug he had taken, correct?
Correct.
At that point in time, you believed he did not answer you.
At that time, I believed he did not answer me.
And yet, when fire got on scene, you told them he's obviously on something, correct?
Yes.
Even though at that point, you didn't have any information to base that on, did you?
My observations and my experience.
Okay. If you believe somebody is on drugs, can that lead you to believe, as you did, that he had excited delirium?
Objection calls for an expert conclusion.
Well, the question was based on his training, not an expert opinion, so the court will allow it to overrule.
You need me to repeat it?
Yeah, what's the question again, please?
Your belief that Mr. McClain was on drugs, at least in part, formed your impression that he was suffering from excited delirium.
Yes.
Did anybody tell you, Sergeant Leonard, that Elijah McClain had thrown up in his mask, or how did you come to that conclusion?
He throws up while I'm there, I believe.
Okay, but he had already had the mask off, didn't he?
Correct. I'd already seen the mask and it was off him. It was in the grass beside them. Yes.
Okay, so my question again is, what led you to the conclusion he had thrown up in the mask?
You could see the vomit. The mask is, is laying there, and you could see vomit in like basically what would appear to be inside of it.
Okay.
In the grass, yeah.
Is your testimony there was vomit on the ground as well as in the mask?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Is your testimony that Mr. McClain vomited while you were there?
My understanding, based on my the videos we've watched, is that I must have watched him throw up.
Okay. Your officers never told you he had thrown up in the mask, correct?
No.
Would that have been important information for you?
Yes.
You're unable to review your body-worn cameras on a scene. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's true.
You have no ability to stop them and do a play function, do you?
I do not. Well, you can, but in this instance, we do not.
Okay.
Critical incidents, we do not. We get a chance to look at the videos.
Okay. You're too busy doing other things. Is that fair to say?
Oh, that would be, yeah, this is not appropriate at the time. Yeah.
Okay. In any event, you did not, and no other officer that you're aware of reviewed any body cam footage at that point.
No.
And the only way for fire to know what happened before they got there is to get accurate information from police officers, correct?
Yes.
Was there anybody else around that scene other than fire or police officers?
No.
There weren't, for other instance, other witnesses who might be civilians unemployed by fire or police standing around watching?
I did state there were people in upstairs in that apartment filming us and watching us, but we never did locate them or talk to them.
So you didn't have, whoever those people were, you didn't have their information?
I did not.
While you were on this scene?
Correct.
You believe that, well, let me strike that. Elijah McClain, when you first arrived, was he already handcuffed?
Yes.
How many officers were holding him down at that time?
3.
In your presence, did he continue to move or squirm or struggle or do anything physically like that?
Yes.
How would you describe that?
Just like you did, squirm and struggle.
Okay. What did it? I guess there's different ways to use the word squirm and struggle. Can you tell us what specifically you observed that led you to believe he was squirming and struggling?
So my complete answer to that is that I'm not playing. That's not my only concern, what's going on in front of me. I'm also on the phone numerous times. I'm paying attention, but I'm not always 100% focused on this moment because I'm doing other things.
Okay. And we can hear you on video making one of those calls, correct?
Yes.
For instance, you say at one point in time, oh, you got him? I didn't know that. That's not related to Mr.
It has nothing to do with it. It had to do with the homicide in a different district.
Okay. So you're standing somewhere around the scene at that point, correct? Is that right?
Correct.
You're not right up on it when you're making that call. Is
No.
that fair to say?
That's fair.
You're some distance away from where Mr. McClain is.
Correct.
And your body camera picks up really loudly your voice, correct?
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that anybody over where Mr. McClain is paying attention to you or can hear you.
Objection, speculation.
Response.
If he knows. I'll re-ask.
Yeah, the court would find that calls for speculation, so sustained.
Sergeant Leonard, did anybody over by Mr. McClain react to any of the things you were saying on that call?
Not that I know of.
Nobody asked you any questions about what you were expressing on that call, for instance, right?
No.
You indicated that you felt secure when you bent down and talked to Elijah McClain and asked him what drugs he had taken. Is that right?
Yes.
And the reason you felt secure is he was handcuffed and officers were actively restraining him, correct?
There was an officer still holding him down, yes, and I wasn't in fear of anything, no.
And an officer actually used pain compliance techniques on Mr. McClain while you were there, correct?
He had, but my understanding, and like I said, I'm watching them, but I'm not only focused on that. But what I thought I saw is my officer having his knee on one of his arms to keep him from moving around.
Okay.
That's the totality of, and one person was holding his feet.
Did you ever see one of your officers take Mr. McClain's arm and put it behind his back and grab basically his thumb, and twist his hand in a pain compliance technique?
I don't recall that.
Did you ever hear Elijah McClain yell out, groan loudly in response to that technique?
We just watched it.
But you don't remember it yourself?
No, I do remember it.
Okay, so you remember this technique being applied to Mr. McClain?
I remember an officer picking up Elijah McClain and setting him back in the recovery position.
You recall an officer picking him up and setting?
Yes, Officer Rodima actually physically moves him and puts him back in the rescue position.
Isn't it more accurate to say he slammed Elijah McClain to the ground, Sergeant?
You can decide what words you use. I said he repositioned him.
Okay. And you're Officer Rodima's supervising officer, correct?
That night, I was there with him, yes.
You were his supervising officer at that scene, correct?
Yeah, I guess you could say yes.
And somebody slams a suspect who, as you described, is in bad shape to the ground. You chose to do nothing about that, didn't you?
Shortly thereafter, I asked him if he needed a break, so I did.
You didn't say anything to Officer Rodima himself, did you?
A few minutes later, I did.
Right? When he did it, you didn't say anything, did you?
No,
Even though you were his supervising officer, correct?
I am a supervising officer, yes.
And police were in charge of scene security at that scene, correct?
Yes,
Did you think that was appropriate for him to do that?
I did not.
But you didn't say anything to him right away.
Not right away.
Judge, I'm sorry, I went past 5 to 5. I wasn't paying attention.
I could tell. All right. We're going to break for the evening, folks. As I said, don't form or express any opinions or discuss the case even amongst yourselves. You must stay away from doing any independent research, traditional or electronic. Avoiding press coverage you may see or hear. If you happen to hear something or see something on television, change the channel or turn it off. And we'll see you back in the morning at 8:30 a.m. Have a nice evening. I need you back here at 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir.
Any further record we need to make before we take our break?
Nothing, Cichuniec, yeah.
All right, the court will be in recess.